And we are live. There it is. What's up, everybody? Let me fix this camera so I don't look so low to the ground. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Surprise. It's AfroCast. I decided to stream against CobraCast by doing an AfroCast. Fight fire with fire. Fight fig with figure. Anyways. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well on this Thursday. There will not be an epic verse tonight. Josiah is on his second week of paternity leave. Listen, it's an honorable thing to want to be home with your kid. It's an honorable thing to want to be home with your child, taking care of them, keeping the family strong. And that is exactly what Josiah is doing. Shout out, huge W, huge dad W. Okay? So I'm going to take care of you tonight. All right? You're in my loving, warm, gentle embrace tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And first things first. This is a first. Okay? Because you know how we do things around here. And if you don't, then I'm going to explain it to you anyways. We always honor our first in chat. The nice little musical number, because you know what? I appreciate when you guys are here hanging out. And first in chat today, I'm pretty sure this is the first time ever. Me, myself, and I. It says, hey chat, and hey Meek. Me, myself, and I. Hello. Guess what? You're first in chat. And you know what that means? It means your soul is glowing.
Just let your soul glow. Just let it shine through.
Just let your soul glow, baby.
Feeling oh so silky smooth. Just let it shine through.
Just let your soul glow. Shout out me, myself, and I. Welcome in. All right, let's say hi to everybody in chat, and then we'll do our thing. What's up, Raging Cajun? Shout out, appreciate you. Bonjour. Then we got a different Raging Cajun, spelled with a K. They might not even be the same person. I don't know. We got Son of Sanguinus, Glenathan. Hello, Glenathan. Soundwave Superior says 199. Hey, shout out. What's up, Jarl Boro? Good to see you. Truth Warrior, good to see you as well. Turd April Fulgerson, who is responsible for the thumbnail today. I kind of just want Turd to just make thumbnails nonstop. I kind of just wanted to make thumbnails nonstop. Just never stop making thumbnails. But we'll see. I might try to force him into it. I don't know. Shout out to Turd, Mod Extraordinaire. Appreciate you. We got Fruit of the Mystery. We got Escapo. Hello, my friends. Good to see you. Then we got a super chat from Greedy Graffiti for 10. Says, can you react to a couple minutes of an old arcade game show I just found? It's corny, but also retro goodness. It's called Starcade. Would be good for Tuesday night's main event. I just watched episode 118. Excuse me, wasn't Starcade? Didn't that involve JonTron at one point? Wasn't JonTron part of Starcade? I'm pretty sure Oh, no. This is even older than that. This is, okay. I'll see what I can do. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble with this, but I'll check it out. Okay. This might be a copyright thing, but we could see. We'll try it out. What's up, Lost Haven? Says, oh shoot, Miki being extra sneaky, trying to slip this stream in. Well, I'm not being sneaky about slipping it in. We're just going for it, you know? And I hope you had ample warning. I gave you half an hour to get ready. I'm just kidding. What's up, Sissy? Good to see you in chat. Hope you and little man are doing well. We got Cole Schnauzer. Says, what's up, chat? Shout out to Cole Schnauzer. We got CJ Zinker. Good to see you. Hope your day went okay, bro. Yeah, it was good. It was a good day. Busy day, like always, but it was a good day, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. What's up, Apollo Monopoly? Good to see you in chat. Naruto the 7th, Mod Extraordinaire, says, oh, hello. Sorry, can't stay too long. I have our school in about 30 minutes, but I can chill for about 10 minutes. It's all I can do. After I just called you Mod Extraordinaire, you really got me over a barrel here. I'm just kidding, Naruto. It's all good. I appreciate you. What's up, SCD? Hello, Angie Blanken. Good to see you as well. Meek and Minions. Not the Meek and Meekettes anymore. Now you're Minions. That's kind of an upgrade, right? Would you rather be a Minion or a Meekette? Would you rather be a Minion for like a villain? Would you rather be like a line dancer for a famous singer? I think that's a legitimately good question, right? That's a good question. All right, we got our first poll. Line dancer or backup dancer or Minion or Meek. Okay. I don't normally do polls. As chat knows, I don't normally do polls at all. But I think this is an important one. I want to make sure we understand where you guys are coming from. I want to know what you guys feel about this. I think this is an important topic to talk about. So, all right. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see. Let me finish saying hi to everybody. I think I'm good. It jumped on me really hard. What's up, Harbinger? What's up, D. John Hayden? Shout out. Sean says, just here for the gravy gospel and maybe Meek. Well, at least one of those things. I appreciate it. The polycule grows. That's not a thing. Clownpilled199. Hey, what's up, buddy? Says Beardo Circular. That's wild, dude. Hunter Biden's burner account has got to get in before CobraCast. You got to get in where you fit in. Yeah, CobraCast happens fast, without warning. Yeah, so strike hard without mercy. What's up, Lost Haven says, remember if you're watching... This is not true, but I'm going to read it. Remember, if you're watching the stream, you have to pay a watching tax, even if Miki tries to trick you by saying you don't have to, just so he can charge you an additional fee for missing the tax. There's no tax. There's no charging. It is free to watch this stream 100%. Okay? There's no charge at all for this. Hertz Donut says, chirp. There's no chirp. Appreciate it, though. What's up, Random Ray? Good to see you. We are here, says The Boys Season 5 is just talk about a fall from grace from that season 1, but having been a comic reader, the moment I saw they made Becca alive, I knew it was the beginning of the end. Yeah, we're going to talk about The Boys a little bit too. What's up, Ladybug? Good to see you in chat. Appreciate you. I don't know why I said it like that. What's up, SD0? Horror says, but CobraCast was earlier. You're never safe from a CobraCast. Irish Jedi says, big. Hey, what's up, Irish Jedi? Good to see you. Appreciate you, man. Fire with butter. Butter sounds good right now. Butter sounds good. What's up, Scrap Iron? Good to see you. And then Lobo Drago, member for 1 month, says, Big Meek! Stay blessed, brother. Hey, thank you, Lobo Drago. And then, doesn't have to, but does, drops 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Lobo Drago. Shout out. Thank you for the 5 gifties. We got Charles Devane in chat says, yeah. Hail Meek, the cream of the crop on AfroCast. Yeah. Also, this whole stream is a goddamn conspiracy. From what I've gathered, no epic stream tonight, Bob. Yes, that's true. I addressed that. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, Charles Devane. What's up, Jake Foreman? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Agent Orange, remember, for 4 months, is sub, Mike. So what's next on the gaming agenda after Resident Evil 9? Right now, I am strongly leaning towards, and I think it's where we're going to go. I think we're going to start doing the Devil May Cry series. Frank the Tank gifted them to me. I'm very curious about these games. I've never tried them before. So he gifted me the entire series of them. I do want to try them out. So I think we're going to try it. Oh. I just got a message about something. I forgot to let people know I was going live. What's up, Darth Bane? Good to see you as well. What's up, Can Man? All right, I think I've said hi to a lot of people. I'm going to scroll down now because I'm super, super behind. Jake the Movie Geek says, how are you liking Invincible Season 4 up to this point? I think Beardo is liking it. You know what? I want to get into that real quick. I mean, there's a lot of things I want to talk about today, but yeah, Invincible is a good one. I like Invincible. I have not finished the season yet. I've seen parts of it. I know what happens. I know a lot of what happens in Invincible already. I'm more curious about the execution of it. I will say this. I understand a lot of criticism has been drawn about the animation. I mean, it was like that in season 1 as well. It feels like the animation got better in seasons 2 and 3, but even with that, it wasn't always great. And season 4 has felt like a step backwards animation level. A lot of people say like moving PNGs and stuff, and I don't fully disagree with that criticism. That would be my biggest critique of the show right now, is the poor animation style. But that being said, overall, I like Invincible. I think it's one of the better handled IPs out there right now. I know there's a major gender swap coming that a lot of people have been frustrated about. I have not seen how it's executed, so I don't know. But other than that, everything I've seen about Invincible has been more positive than negative. I think season 2 is the weakest of it all, but season 3 was a nice return to form, and season 4 so far has been pretty damn good. I like it a lot. So, but I also, like I said, I haven't read the comics. I know they deviate from the source material, not a ton, but I've heard that they do, and the places that they do have been the biggest criticisms of that show. So, yeah, if you like super gritty, super raw, crazy out there, super violently brutal superhero IPs, Invincible's the way to go. That's the way to do it. Let's see here. Our poll says that 57% of you guys want to be a minion. I'm going to end the poll there. Okay. Meek minions. I respect that. SD0 says, chilling before work. Well, good, man. I appreciate you. Cole Schnauzer for $1. It's such a great profile picture, dude. Schick74 says, Devil May Cry is S tier. The boys sucked after season 2. Yes, it's had some problems. Son of Sanguinus for 5. Intense, unconditional feelings of affection transforms a regular shelter for humans to live into a permanent residence where a family can thrive. For those of you that don't know what that means, I'll show you. And I'll tell you what our boy, Son of Sanguinus, is actually saying. Love makes a house a home. Love makes a house a home. Shout out. I still have not got thumbtacks, sissy. I have like 2 of them, but one of them broke when I tried to put it in my wall. This will be up very soon. Okay? I just got to get thumbtacks. Okay? I just got to go to the store and get thumbtacks. Just got to get thumbtacks. Okay? Meekians? That sounds like onions, and I don't know that I like that. Deconstruction stories always suck eventually. I do agree with that. If you don't, deconstruction only works to a certain level, and then it starts to become so cynical and so it's so self-driven by just trying to be deconstructionist that it misses the message. It starts to miss out on like good storytelling. Deconstruction works up until a point, and then you have to start reconstructing why something works as well. That's part of the deconstruction process. You know, like, this is going to be a little bit of a deviation, but like, to be honest, it's my show and I can do whatever the fuck I want anyways. And then I'm going to get into the Starcade stuff actually next, and then we'll talk about the boys. The thing about deconstruction, you know, being a Christian, being part of the church, there's a massive wave over the last like 7-8 years, specifically like right after 2020, with the way everything was going with churches and people that have consistently always gone physically to church, going to it online, or all these different reasons and all these different things that they were facing. There was a massive wave of like deconstructionism, and that's where people start to kind of break down the church function and religion and have a lot of questions about things. And that is fundamentally not wrong. Here's the thing. A thing isn't good because it's not questioned. A thing isn't perfect, or a thing doesn't work because it goes unquestioned and everybody just believes it. A thing works because you ask questions, because you're wanting to understand. Some of the best and the biggest and the most important people that have been converted into converted to different religions, especially Christianity, have been people that were questioning that or didn't believe it and didn't agree with it. And then as they did more as they did more research or looking into something, discovered that they found the truth that they were looking for, you know? I think it's important to have deconstruction. So I say all that to come back around to, in a non-religious sense, when you deconstruct things like superhero mythos or deconstruct things about storytelling and the hero's journey and things like that, you actually will discover that it works and why it works and what's so important about it. But like, if you don't deconstruct those things, you'll just get a bunch of people that lazily apply the hero's journey to everything that they do, or try to apply it to every story they encounter, not really knowing why it works or why it's important or why it matters to people. Part of the reason that Night of the Seven Kingdom works so well, part of the reason a show like Free Run is doing so well, part of the reason that stories in like anime of these heroes that are, you know, overcome, you know, great obstacles and work hard and stories like that, and then stories like in movies like F1, and, you know, currently, you know, Project Hail Mary and stuff, that are about these like strong heroes that aren't nihilistic and cynical and bitter and broken, is because it's a reminder of what the human condition is, the desired state of the human condition. We want to be inspired by people. We want to be happy and stoic and driven and loving and kind and empathetic. That's what people want. And deconstructionism constantly fights against that attitude and goes, why do we want that? And that's a good thing until you become so cynical and jaded that you think it's a bad thing to want that. Or you try to do what James Gunn did with Superman, which is you try to say that it's actually a counterculture thing to be kind and loving and generous and give people hope. And that's not true. It's not a counterculture thing. That is the standard we should want to live by. Superman is not counterculture. Superman is the standard by which we want to, the standard that we want to become. He's the best of us. He's a shining beacon of humanity that can't be destroyed by guns and missiles and conventional weaponry, because he stands above something higher than what we are as people. And that gives us something to strive towards and want to attain. So it's why, you know, things like The Boys and Invincible work until they don't anymore. And I think Invincible has tried to stop. Invincible doesn't just stay on the deconstruction narrative. They actually do try to answer questions about heroism. And while we watch Omni-Man in season 1 become a villain, we also watch him start to redeem himself over time. And then we watch Mark go from this cynical, jaded kid who has this horrible thing happen to him to becoming a hero, you know? So I think it all kind of works out eventually over time. So, anyways, sorry, forgive me that, enjoyed the Mass Effect video. Oh, thank you. Anyways, that is me kind of, diverging a little bit. What's up, Mrs. Rough Night? How you doing? All right, let me see here. Okay. I want to look at Starcade. That was one of the supers that we got sent in. I don't know if you're still in chat. Greedy Graffiti. If you are, you're talking about the show from back in the 80s, right? That's what my guess is, that you're talking about the show from back in the 80s. An old arcade game show. Okay, that must be what it is. So, oh yeah, let's go check that out. Naruto the 7th for 2 says, okay, gotta go to school, about to start, take it easy. Hey, thank you for hanging out, bro. Much love to you, bro. We thank you. You are a great mod. I appreciate you. Lost Braves fan member for 16 months says, Miki out here in California, the Democrats have said they are jealous of you with the amount you tax this chat. Chat lives matter. Free Metal Slave. That's wild. That's wild. California is jealous of my taxes. That's wild. Thank you for being a member for 16 months. I got front butt for $1. I don't know what the internet is anymore. Thank you. I got front butt. Thank you for the $1. That's fucking wild. All right, let's check this out. All right, I have no idea. I thought you meant the WCW pay-per-view. No. This is Starcade's first season is really weird. The host of stuff doesn't know crap about video games, but the guy in season 2 onward was clearly a gamer, just like Gary. Okay, we'll do season 2 of Starcade. We'll go with season 2 of Starcade. We'll watch like a very little bit of it. I'm going to try to be really careful because like I said, I don't know if this is going to get claimed or not. YouTube is really fucking weird and I never know. And I've had things taken down for watching old shows before, but let's check it out. This is Starcade, A shout out to Greedy Graffiti for bringing this up. So
This is Starcade, TV's first video arcade game show, starring your favorite video games and some brand new ones being introduced to the public for the first time.
you can't see all of these, but dude, like the Tron one, Qbert. I was just talking about Qbert the other day.
Anywhere. And
That's
now,
Space Ace. I think that's Space Ace.
here's your host for Starcade, Jeff Edwards.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to Starcade. Here we are backstage. Our players are warming up for today's big match because they know
This is kind of great already.
that today one of them is going to have the opportunity to win their very own video arcade game.
Oh, that's actually kind of a rad prize. Look at that. A TV show back in the day going, hey, if you win this thing, you get the thing that you wanted, which was an arcade game. Tron later went on to not work in Jay's room, right? I've been trying to get him to talk about Sting and Hogan, but he's behind in chat. I will get to the. We'll talk about that in a second. I just want to. I wanted to give a little look at this. Now, like I said, I don't know if I can actually like. I have no idea how this is gonna work. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble for this. This definitely isn't Starcade 97. This is not the same one. This is not the same one. Greedy Graffiti, is this what you're talking about? Help! Love makes a house a home. Is this it? You should do an AfroCast tier list? Of what? But what do I do a tier list on? I don't know what to do a tier list on.
You ready? You all set? All right, let's go play Starcade. Here we go.
Is like, okay, so is this like going to be like a full-on game? Like, well, how does this work? I love that the host actually like is running with them. All right, let's skip ahead a little bit. This set's kind of rad.
Sure, fine. All right, here we are, and these are the two contestants who are going to make things happen today. Let's meet them right now. Your name is?
Mike Russo?
Mike, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I don't care about Mike Russo's backstory. Don't tell me about that. What I want to know is what the fuck is going on here.
Get over and get ready to play Starcade, and Kevin will tell us about the 5 games we'll be dealing with today.
Let's talk Sting versus Hogan. I have never watched Sting versus Hogan all the way through. I've seen highlights of that match. I have never actually watched that match all the way through. Yes, this is it, says Greedy Graffiti for 199. You did not have to send another super chat, but I appreciate it. Thank you. We'll talk Sting. I can talk Sting versus Hogan a little bit. I definitely can't show that because I will 100% get claimed. 100%. Mike Russo is a grandfather now. Mike Russo stinks.
Jeff, it looks like a spacey
Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, look at this guy's face. He's like, I don't want to fucking be here. Like, they fired the first guy, and they brought this guy in. He still has no idea what the game show's about. He's never played a video game in his life, and you can see that he's kind of ashamed that he's here right now because he doesn't know what's going on.
Get over and get ready to play Starcade, and Kevin will tell us about the 5 games we'll be dealing with today. Kev?
Jeff, it looks like a spacey show today with 5 spaceship games. And we're ready to blast off with game number 1, Star Trek, on a mission to explore new worlds. Next, Galaxian, and the aliens are upon us. Journey, a chase through space. On to Stargate, and the humans are depending on you. And finally, Zor, a lonely flight to save a civilization. Jeff?
Thank you very much, Kevin. Okay, those are today's 5 games. Both of you, of course, had a chance to play them before today's show. One of them, as you know, is a mystery game. If you pick it in the first 3 games, automatically, you win a valuable prize. Now, in order to let our home audience know what the mystery game is,
I'm going to skip ahead. I just want to get to the point where we can actually see what's going to happen here. All right, what's going to happen here?
And the star bases and the Enterprise.
Why are they still talking? Okay, here we go. Now we're actually gaming. Okay.
get set, play.
Okay, that's actually kind of rad. Okay. If I was playing this
20 seconds.
and I had a guy over my shoulder trying to tell me how much time I had left in the game, or trying to tell me about all the stuff that I had going on, like oh, you're careful, your shields are low. I would have been pissed. Oh, I would have been fucking furious, dude. I would have been like, yo, bro, how am I supposed to do this with you yelling at me over my shoulder? How am I supposed to do this? Like, yeah.
Seconds. Room 5.
Entering sector 144.
This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. And then, okay, so they just go through different video games, basically competing against each other to see who gets the best score. I want to find out who wins. I'm going to skip way to the end. I'm going to find out who wins at the end. Okay. Oh, did Mike win? Jared won.
Most points on.
This is tough. I think Galaxian.
Galaxian. Okay, Galaxian it is, and we will ask Kevin to tell us how to play Galaxian.
We are the Galaxians. With but a single ship to stop the attacking aliens, we can zap them while they're in formation or get them in flight for bigger.
Watch how the canned audience effect stops when they finish playing. All right, let's go back to like when he finishes.
15,425. All right, boy, you know how to play that. I just realized that means that they put these two kids in an empty studio space and they just play the music, just play sounds, so it feels like people are in there. Because the way that stopped, it's there's not another person. There's a camera guy watching them, and then there's this awkward host who has nobody to play off except two children who are just nerds. Oh, dude, this is actually kind of great. Nick Arcade was better because they actually went into a video game. Like, do you think that I'm not gonna say Nick Arcade? You think I'm ashamed to say that? I would have bought car insurance from that kid. I'm 3 bourbons in. Is it still Thursday? I think so. Greedy Graffiti, thank you for the 5. Says, yeah, watch how the canned audience effects stop when they finish playing. It's fucking wild. Like, it just tampers down, like, immediately. Oh, dude, that's pretty good. 425. All right, boy, you know how to play that game, Mike. We're going to be right back to see who gets to choose the next game with Starcade. Stay with us. Way to go, Michael.
He goes, I don't know what to do here. What am I doing? Why am I here? Why did I get this job? I just needed the money, actually. That's pretty good, Greedy Graffiti. The horror host for 10 says 80s US. Here's a game show based around kids playing and winning video games. 80s UK. Here's a game show about about fat drunk northerners playing darts. Bullseye. The intro is hilarious. 80s UK. All right, I'll look that up now, but that's pretty good, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I just want to find out who wins, and then we can go. We'll check out the difference between that and 80s UK.
That's one of my hits worked. Congratulations to you, Mike. You got yourself much fulfilled. You're the champion today. You took everything we have. Bunch of Mike's friends coming to.
Contestants were furnished with complete rules, must meet eligibility requirements, and win only announced prizes.
Give him a hug and wish him good luck.
Oh, his family's there.
Much of the way takes it home, I suppose. This Jeff Edwards.
This should happen at G&G meetup. I would love that, dude. Look at
Wish him
this.
good luck.
What I love, okay, so there's Mike and there's Jared, and you can see that everyone has given him the complete cold shoulder because he failed. They're like, hey, yeah, they're like, Mike, you did it, let's go. It looks like there's 2 sets of families here. It looks like this is Jared's family, and this is probably Mike's mom. And Jared's family is more happy for Mike winning than they are for Jared. But then you can see that she reaches over and just like I think if this is Jared's mom, she's like pats him on the arm like, oh, yeah, good
I
job.
want to play much of the way takes it home, I suppose.
You see that? He like tries to reach for her and she just kind of like pats his arm. She's like, yeah, I guess. But like, we're adopting Mike now. And I kind of respect that. They're like, you know what? The 80s were a different time. You didn't win. You don't get to be part of the family anymore. There's no epic verse, but is busy writing gay avatar fan fiction. We're gonna get Nick Arcade at GNG. If I'm there, know your place, Jared. Yeah, get out of my face, Jared. That's pretty good. No, thank you, Greedy Graffiti. That's actually pretty rad. I do like that. We need game shows like that again. I miss like good game shows. Back in the day, we didn't celebrate losers. Yeah, you could like see that they maybe Daniel's family changed because of POS, dude. That's wild. All right, what is the other one we got? I gotta look up. What is it called? Bullseye. All right, Bullseye 80s UK. Oh, this is a real show.
The fate of 1981, show number A128.
Is this it? I think this is it. Wait, let me see if it's the right one. Hold on. Bullseye. Let me do UK. Holy shit. Oh, this is going to be good. All right, I can tell already, Horror Host, this is going to be really good. I'll make a sandwich. Epic Mike's top 10 ways to raise a serial leader. If your kid loses at a game show, disown him and never speak to him again. This is going to be good. I can already tell. This is the oh fuck, dude. This is gonna oh no, dude. This is gonna be good. Oh shit, dude. Here we go. I just had to make sure I found the right one. This is amazing. Holy crap. I really respect the commitment here. I really respect the commitment here, yo. Like, these guys were locked in. They're dodging shit that isn't there. Even the audience, they were like, yo, we need you to react to the cow when he runs through. Make sure you react to the bull when he runs through. That was pretty good, dude. And holy shit, that might be the most British walk I've ever seen in my life. This might be the most British walk I've ever seen in my life, dude. Like, listen. Watch this. You can see, you can feel the British superiority. Like, he's not even walking like a normal person. His shoulders are so far back. That's not even like good posture. That's I'm better than you posture. That's crazy work.
Thank you very much indeed. Here we are. Well, if you've won the pools, you've come up on the GGs, don't spend it all now, right? Sit back, and I'll tell you what, let's see if our contestants are going to win the jackpot tonight. And speaking of jackpot, reminds me of crackpot, and here he is, Tony Green. How are you, Tony? What about you?
He walks with an accent, dude. Oh no. War Wizard for 199 says quartering, punching the air at this game show. Not another one. This is actually, that's how Disparo walks, dude. It's wild. What I love already though is this guy's like accent too. Now that you get up close, like at first it's British, like you see him walking, he's got like the arms sway to him and everything, but then he walks up, hello. British TV has always been a decade behind America in production quality. This kind of feels like they might be a decade ahead, bro. This guy right here, this host, this guy 100% was found in a pub somewhere drunk as shit. They said, hey, we're going to buy you a suit and you're going to host a show about darts. And he went, all right, isn't it?
Well, let's see if our contestants are going to win the jackpot tonight. And speaking of jackpot, reminds me of crackpot. And here he is, Tony Green. How are you, Tony?
Look at this guy. He's actually like offended. Like he's legit kind of upset right now. He's legit kind of upset right now, and so now he kind of wants to fight him, but because they're this is I kind of wonder if they just got him all hammered before they did the show. Sean says British. Oh, I was being polite.
Saturday night. Brilliant, isn't it? What about that?
Yeah, magic.
What do you think? Do you think we've got any winners with the contestants tonight?
Well, there's one way of finding out, Jim.
How are we going to do that?
Let's play Bullseye.
All right, let's do it. Here we go.
That's pretty great, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Virtually everything.
Virtually everything. Oh dear. Mac from Newcastle. Yeah. Nice to see you. You've travelled a long way to be with us. Not working at the moment, but you're a fair soccer player.
Well, I've been called worse.
I like how when they introduced that guy, like they told you that he's not employed. They're like, this guy doesn't even have a fucking job right now, but he's a good right soccer player, huh? That's wild, dude. Okay, this is actually pretty good. I'm gonna have to check this show out. I might actually unironically watch that show. All right, we're done with that right now. All right, are there subtitles? I don't speak that language. There are not subtitles. Why is Turd complaining about my fucking wallpaper? Why are you complaining about my wallpaper, Turd? What do you care about my generic ass fucking wallpaper? Why do you care? What's going on with my wallpaper? I do have generic fucking wallpaper. Well, let me see if I can pull it up. I do have generic fucking wallpaper. You know why? Because I get sick of having to find the right kind. And when I got this new computer, I lost the good wallpaper that I did have as a background that was, I think, Star Wars themed. And I never found it again. I don't know where the file is. And I don't feel like looking it up because I'm lazy. Okay? Is that what you wanted from me? Is that what you want from me? Are you happy now, Turd? You've shamed me. Thank you. Mods, please ban Turd Ferguson permanently. Thank you. He's on the dole. Turd's wallpaper's compromising pics of Meek. It might be. Was animated cow mascot at modded a lot for Beardo. I mean, it might be. Meek is streaming for 3 times the people of Jeremy right now. Jeremy who? You mean the quartering? Really? I've never been so depressed. How do you lose a wallpaper? I downloaded. I don't remember where I found the photo. It was like a Star Wars like background that I liked. So I don't know. Anyways, we're going to talk about The Boys now. Okay. That's what we're doing. All right. I watched the first episode. The Boys dropped 2 episodes on Amazon. I did not even get to the second episode because I fell asleep after watching the first one. Literally just fell asleep on my couch. The Boys season 5 is terrible. It starts out terrible. Season 4 wasn't good at all either. But my concern was, how are they gonna, now that they have nothing to lose, they're really gonna commit to just trying to like go all out with this show. They definitely did go all out with this show because they immediately went and found the most awful, generic, ridiculous dialogue ever. Let me see if I can find a transcript of this, because you won't believe how bad some of it is. It is just immediately them. Well, like, first of all, Homelander is very upset about memes right now. He's very, very, very sad and very upset about memes right now because people are making memes about him, and he wants to ban memes from happening. He's very upset about that. The thing is, like, this show obviously is they're so driven to make sure that you understand how ridiculous Homelander is, but like in a bad way, that they try to go out of their way to like humiliate him as much as possible. There's a moment where Homelander is now talking to a group of shareholders at like a meeting, and like half of the people in the room are wearing red hats. Imagine what that's about. War Wizard 499 says justice for Turd. There's no justice for Turd. Turd is a villain, a super villain, in fact. And so they're all wearing like red hats and stuff, and then Starlight breaks into like his the offices there, and which I don't know why Homelander can't hear that, because he could hear everything else. She breaks in disguised as one of the firecracker people. This is apparently a thing. This is what she looks like in the episode. This is what Erin Moriarty looks like right now, period. She breaks in and shows a recording of the flight log 37 where the in episode 1 the plane that crashes, and it's supposed to like embarrass Homelander and stuff like that. And so then the rest of the episode they spend it trying to say that it's AI propaganda, that it was AI disinformation. And then the smartest woman in the world, who is a villain that showed up at last season, who's like coaching Homelander how to be a good villain, tells him that they're just going to flood the market with so much AI and so much disinformation that nobody know what's true and what's true and what's not true, and that'll rinse the issue in the public's eye. And it's like, if you were to ask like a 70-year-old man who has a very very, very, very loose understanding of the internet and has only ever watched CNN for his information, to write a script about the current state of like the internet, and then you gave him a bowl full of 2005 internet buzzwords to use, and you say you have to incorporate at least 12 of these sayings into the script, that's what you're going to get from this. That's what you're getting. Yeah, I know a lot of people. So here's the thing about this. I actually talked about this today a little bit. I didn't realize this was going to make a big deal in the show with her. I'll bring the photo back up with Erin Moriarty. So the thing is, when this first started leaking her face and what's going on with her face, a lot of people said, oh, well, she came out and said that she had Graves' disease. Okay. If you don't know what Graves' disease is a thyroid condition. I believe it is a hyperactive thyroid condition. So it makes you lose a lot of weight. It can it can cause facial changes. It can cause structural damage to your body and to your face. That is 100% a thing that it can do. That is real. And she claimed that she had Graves' disease. She said she didn't have any plastic surgery done. She said she didn't do anything different to her face, and that she just had Graves' disease, and that's what caused all of this to happen. And so anybody that was attacking her was being a misogynist and a jerk. I don't think anybody should be attacked. You should never attack somebody for their looks. You shouldn't go out of your way to harass her on social media about the way that she looks. The thing is, if this was the first time, or if this was something that we didn't know about, if she didn't look like every other actress in Hollywood, then I would say, okay, I get it. Because I've had family members that have had Graves' disease. I've known people that have had Hashimoto's, which is the opposite. It's underactive thyroid. Okay? It does affect you. It sucks. I would never wish an autoimmune disorder on anybody. But you're going to tell me that this here, this is what she looked like before. Okay? This is what she looked like in 2000 when people saw her. And you can see she's lost weight, a lot of weight. Is it possible that was from the Graves' disease and not from Ozempic? 100%. It is possible. But your lips look totally different. Your nose looks totally different. It's not just your cheeks, but like the thing is, you look like all of these other celebrities in Hollywood that have all had the buccal fat surgery, that have all had nose jobs, that have all had lip filler. And the thing is, later in the show, when she's not in that costume, and this is the thing that I didn't realize was going to blow up on Twitter, and I don't feel bad about it. But like the other thing is, like later in the show, when you see her talking, she looks like her lips are not working. She looks like she's having a hard time talking. Like, not like, oh, I've had like facial paralysis or anything like that, but like a straight up, like, I don't. This guy got upset with me about it and said, you know, first of all, he said that she should be able to shoot people like us, but that's cool. But the thing is, like, why does she look like every other generic celebrity in Hollywood? You know, like there's so many people that have had this issue before. And when you see her later, like I said, she looks like she can barely talk. It looks like she can't smile very well because it looks like she just got like the surgery done. It looks like she had just gotten her injections and she wasn't used to the lip filler. And I'm not trying to like take a shit on her because of that, but she obviously looks very different, and that's concerning. And the way that she even, the fact that it affects her acting is concerning. Like, why are we trying to justify that? And like, for anybody that's worked in Hollywood for any amount of time, and I know Rough Night, our buddy Chaz, can confirm this and talk about this too. Anybody that's worked in Hollywood for any amount of time can tell you that it is actually more rare to find an actors or actresses that have not had plastic surgery done than it is to find people that have. But we have heard so many different actors and actresses deny that they've ever had any surgery done, deny that they've ever had any cosmetic surgery, and they all say that they haven't done it, and they've never had an issue with it, and they've never done this stuff, but they all start looking exactly like each other. So what's going on? If she's struggling with Graves' disease and then she went and got surgery done to try to correct the way that it affected her face, that's also fine. Nobody's gonna be mad at you about that stuff. But like walking around lying to the audience and pretending like that didn't happen, no. Vorpal Snack said they literally had to remove my thyroid. Yeah, that same thing happened to my mother, so. There's no Epic Verse stream tonight, Dingus. It's just me. You're just stuck with me. You know, and it's like, so I don't know, man. I don't know. I get you don't want to get the stigma of having surgery done to yourself. You don't want people to come after you. I get it. But my thing is this, like, when you start looking exactly like every other actress in Hollywood, and every single actress in Hollywood says, I never had work done. I didn't have any work done. I've never had plastic surgery done. I didn't get any plastic surgery done. And they all start looking exactly like each other. They all have the same thing. They all look like they've been on Ozempic. They all look like they've had the buccal fat removal surgery. All of this stuff, like, okay, at some point you just got to stop lying about it and just admit it. Okay? Graves' disease doesn't make your lips look like you got filler. And there's no way that there isn't somebody, there's no way that somebody didn't tell her that her lips were too thin. There's no way that there wasn't a producer somewhere saying you need thicker lips. You know? So I don't know, man. But she's in it. It's not very good. Jake Foreman for 5 says, Mike, check out Takashi's Castle. Also check out the Irish dating show Take Me Out. If you want some good laughs, you will enjoy it. I will have to check it out. I might actually just say that. Maybe we'll do like a whole segment on just like game shows at some point. Andrew Fraser Jr. for 5 says, I said this to my girlfriend today. Stuff like this happens with people insecurities aren't handled properly. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I know people that work in the industry that will tell you they all get surgery done, or they've all been told. We just had a whole situation with an actress crashing out because a producer told her to suck her gut in during a shoot, which, like, yeah, it is rude as fuck, but like, also, you're working. You act like that hasn't been said to men as well. The reality is, in Hollywood, you're a meat puppet, and they treat you that way, and that shouldn't be the way people are treated, but that's the way people are treated. And so I don't know, being mad at me for pointing out that she looks different, and for people commenting on her looks and the fact that she doesn't look normal anymore as a person, instead of being mad at the Hollywood machine for making these women who are absolutely gorgeous as they are and look beautiful as they are, like, go out and get these surgeries done and go out and get all this stuff done to them. Like, that's who you should be mad at. You should be mad at the culture. You should be mad at the machine. You know? All right. Turd wants me to check this out. All right, Turd. I'm going to look it up right now. I'm pulling it up right now, Turd. And Mrs. Rough Night, I'm pulling it up right now. You don't have to keep asking me to check my DMs. I'm pulling it up right now. Okay, Turd just sent me this. This is a Spider-Man Atari 2600 commercial from 1982.
I'll blow this town to smithereens. Time bound. Try to get up there in time, Spider-Man. Watch me cut my web, Goblin. Watch yourself fall, Silk Slinger.
Okay, but like, hold on. Why is the costume kind of a banger? Talk about the blonde chick from The Boys who screwed up her face? Yes, we are. Why is the costume kind of a banger?
I'll blow this town to smithereens. Time bound.
Why is the costume kind of a banger, though? Oh, I was supposed to read the caption before? Turd! You can't give me a bunch of specific instructions. Turd, I can barely run my own streams, okay? And I've been doing this for years and know the layout of all of these buttons. I barely know how to make these function. If you're going to give me specific instructions on do this and do that, I'm not going to follow them. I'm going to mess it up.
Try to get up there in time, Spider-Man. Watch me cut my web.
Why is this costume kind of a banger?
Fall, Silk Slinger. Gotta stop the bombs in time. If I don't get you wet, head my diagnosis will. Holy Hannah. And you're running out of fluid. Is this more action than even Spider-Man?
Hey, yo, why is Spider-Man kind of got a dumpy? Why is Spider-Man kind of caked up? Why is Spider-Man a little caked up? What's that about? What's going on there? Why is he kind of caked? Look at him. He's got a little bit of a...
Can I get anything? Sweet yams. Show me the way.
Spider-Man's got a little bit of a... Damn. Got a little bit of cake. Right, there's a little spider cake. Little spider cake, just a little.
Is this more action than even Spider-Man can handle?
Spider-Man, a video game from Parker Brothers, the ones to beat.
Spider-Man was a little caked up there. Damn, he was just got a little dumpy. I was a little surprised. That's all. Confirmed Meek is gay. What? It's not gay. I'm just saying Spider-Man's a little thick. Simmer down now. What? I was just pointing out the thing about the costume. That Green Goblin costume is actually pretty legit. So, also this is a good point. Yeah, going back to the Aaron Moriarty. Yeah, that's the surgery and all that stuff. There's no way that she didn't have cosmetic surgery. I'm sorry. You cannot convince me that she did not get lip filler. Here's the thing. If you want to be like those guys, it's funny because in the same way, they'll be like, this is so misogynistic and rude to women and stuff. Okay, but the same level of scrutiny applies to men that have gone out and gotten that have gone out and done steroids to get big for roles. And how many of them have been like, hey, we're not on steroids. I've never juiced. I'm totally natty. The Rock walking around telling people he's natty, that he's never done steroids. And what they mean is, yeah, I've never maybe I've never taken X, Y, or Z. And because I haven't taken that kind of stuff, I can say that I've never taken steroids before, even though we all know that's bullshit. You're my favorite gay streamer. Thanks. Like, you already know that they're lying when they say that you know that it's bullshit, that they are on gear, they are taking steroids, they are taking some kind of supplement to get them to the level that they are. It's the same way with what's going on with these women and getting these surgeries and stuff done. And Mrs. Roughneck brings up a really good point. I want to read this. Here's the thing. Nobody is making anybody go do these things. These women are so desperate for roles that they feel it's the only way to get ahead, and their ego is so attached to their jobs. And you're 100% right. You're 100% correct. That's exactly what it is. I have never gotten caught doing steroids. Yes, that's it right there. And yeah, Giggity brings up the Liver King, claiming he was completely natty. You know? And notice, when The Rock got off the gear, he got super skinny and small all of a sudden. You know? It's one of those things like, you know, the reality is we already know that celebrities do this. We know that this is what they go out and do. And the reason they respond the way that they do is because they know that it will make their audience members want to do less with them or want less to do with them because it feels fake. Because they're like, hey, you know what? Some producer told me that my lips were too small and I wasn't going to get any more roles because my lips were too small or my nose was too big or whatever the reason was. And so I went out and got a bunch of work done. And Mrs. Rough Knight also brought up a good point too. Well, Mr. Rough Knight brought this up. Chaz brought up, it goes completely against Starlight as a character. It completely creates this massive rift between her character and what they're trying to preach on this show. You know? Llama Pajamas for 10 says, can we please just leave God's creation alone? The female form is beautiful. Stop trying to change it. You look plastic. The thing is, like, yeah, my biggest concern is how much, what a detriment to these people this is, like, to these people's psyche. This has these people getting massive surgery, massive under massive emotional emotional and like financial stress to be told you won't get work anymore if you don't go get your nose fixed. But my thing is this, once again, and Gary pointed this out the other day with the way Hollywood works, because they're so desperate to protect each other and protect their own and not get blackballed, nobody's talking about this kind of stuff. And they should. You should. If you have a producer go tell you, hey, you should go get plastic surgery because your nose is too fucking big, you should absolutely go out there and put them on blast. Just like if you have a guy, if you have a producer that's out there saying, hey, you need to go take steroids so you can get jacked because your chest is too small, you should put them on blast. You should absolutely put them on blast. Let them know. Cool. They want me to go on gear. They want me to go on these supplements. We already know people in the Marvel movies are doing it. You think Bunderdick Cumberbooch is going out there and getting jacked on his own? You think he's going out there and almost, you know, kind of getting a six pack and in a big chest on his own? You think he's not juicing to do that kind of stuff? It's a common secret. Or wearing padded suits, which, like, here's the thing. I don't care. I don't care. Like, I don't care that Anthony Starr is wearing a padded suit as Homelander. It kind of works for the character. It feels out of proportion and ridiculous and kind of silly. And I kind of dig that because that's kind of the whole thing. That's the whole shtick we're going for. And then you'll see somebody make a movie like The Substance about these women who are constantly chasing relevancy and beauty standards that they can that are impossible to match instead of aging gracefully. And people go, you know what? Well, you know, I'm like, there are plenty of women now, especially in the day and age that we're in, that have aged gracefully or still get work and have aged over time and maybe don't look the same that they used to, but people still find them attractive and still find them beautiful and aren't just destroying their fucking faces to do so. This is the bigger issue though, actually, and this is something that a friend told me one time. The bigger issue isn't the plastic surgeries. It's when it's badly done plastic surgery. The issue is not that Erin Moriarty had the surgeries done, because if you couldn't tell that she had them done, you wouldn't have a bigger issue. You wouldn't have as big of an issue. Or if you could see that some of it was done, it might not get as much backlash because at least she still looks good. The bigger issue is when it's poorly done. And when you can see how badly done it is, when everybody can see that and notice it, it actually puts the whole industry in a bad light. It makes the whole industry in a bad light because you go, why the fuck would you do that to your face knowing that that's a risk for you? Why would you put yourself in a position where somebody could fuck your face up and ruin your natural beauty already? Philip Chan says, do I need PP enhancement surgery? The other gooners make fun of me. Maybe you should stop jerking off in front of other people, Phil. You ever think about that? Didn't you lose a job jerking off in a bathroom stall? Just saying. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. What's up, Phil? How you doing? Yeah, man, it's just one of those things. When it's bad, everybody can tell. And then it makes the whole industry look bad. And then what they do is they go, deny, deny, deny. Don't ever admit that you had plastic surgery done. I respect it when somebody goes, fuck yeah, I love getting plastic surgery. Fuck yeah, I got fake jugs. They're huge. Look at these things. Look at these cannons. Okay, you own it. Cool. And then the guys that like fake boobies, they can be like, hell yeah, those are huge and I like them. Stop trying to pretend they're natural. Just admit it. Be honest. Authenticity will win you more fans than not. She would have done better for her career to flat out admit, guess what? I got surgery done. And maybe it was because of the Graves' disease that she went out and did it. Or maybe it wasn't because of the Graves' disease. I don't know. But the thing is, just to flat out admit that I went and did it and own it, she would have made more fans that way than lying about it and trying to pretend that it wasn't a thing. And then when everybody goes, then why do you look like this? I don't understand. And now you don't have any excuse. You don't know how to explain it to anybody. Dolly Parton, it costs a lot of money to look this cheap. Dolly don't give a fuck. And you know what? Dolly? You know what I'm saying? Don't make me say it, chat. But like, Dolly Parton?
Can I get to like this? Sweet, yes. Show me the way, 'cause I got bills to pay.
Don't make me say it, chat. But anyways, yeah. So that's part of it. You know, it's just the across the board, you know, the guy that played Mother's Milk, obviously he says he just dropped a ton of weight, but it looks like he's on Ozempic because he lost a ton of muscle mass. He got really skinny. He didn't look natural at all. You know, in season 4, and he still looks the same way in season 5. And he claims that it was good for him or that he's healthier now, and he doesn't look healthier at all. Let me see if I can find a picture of that guy. I don't remember what that actor's name is. He looks so fucking skinny comparatively. He doesn't look healthy. He doesn't look healthy at all. Like, it made him look like aged by like a significant amount of time. You know, and it's less to me, it's less apparent with men, but it still is pretty apparent. Such a drastic amount of weight loss. You're going to see this picture. You're going to go, that guy on the left looks way healthier. Mother's Milk right here. You can see he looks healthy. He's kind of a big dude too. He's kind of intimidating. He lost all this fucking weight, got super skinny. He looked like he aged like 10 years. Laz Alonso, thank you. Appreciate that. He doesn't look healthy anymore. And we've seen this happen across the board with a lot of different, with actors and actresses and stuff, but man, he don't look the same at all anymore. He doesn't look like somebody that should be out here trying to protect people and fight superheroes. MM looks like he went the vegan Tony Stark route. Yeah, a little bit, man. And it's because of how drastic the change is, too. Did he get sick or just lose weight? He lost weight. He wasn't sick. He lost weight. He admitted that he lost a ton of weight. Let me show you what he... In season 1, he's a big fucking guy. Like, he's a scary looking motherfucker, dude, in season 1. Like, yeah, right here. This is him in season 1. He's jacked. Scary dude. A guy that you can believe, even if he doesn't have superpowers, would try to square up with Homelander. Yep. Season 5, he doesn't even look like the same guy anymore. He looks like a totally different person. It's across the board, but once again, it's just the irony of this, and part of the reason I'm talking about it right now is because of The Boys and what The Boys is supposed to be parodying. Remember, it's supposed to be making fun of politics and corporatism and corporatization and all of this nonsense. Here's another photo. I'm glad somebody actually found another one of it. This is even crazier, bro. This is legitimate. This is not a fake one. This is not a doctored photo. This is him from season 1 to now. This is an even better example of it right here. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the difference. He lost like a whole other person. But the whole thing with, like, you know, The Boys is supposed to be making fun of, like, corporatized America and trying to make fun of politics. And obviously, after season 1, the satire, the biting social satire really fell off a cliff because they became really concerned, especially the showrunner, what is his name, Alex Kripke or whatever his name is. Eric Kripke became really concerned with how many people liked Homelander as a character. He became concerned about all the memes and about how many people talked about him and talked about Homelander as a character and stuff. And so they had to, like, double down. And then season 3, they tripled down. Season 4, they quadrupled down on trying to make sure that you understand that they are not making fun of both sides here. They are 1,000% making fun of conservatives and right-wing culture and MAGA supporters and Trump supporters. And they're telling you that they're making fun of all of those people and then not realizing that they're also mocking corporatism and corporatization of things while working for one of the biggest companies in the world. A company that isn't just a media conglomerate, but also is a seller of goods. And the attitude in The Boys season 5, the opening of it, it's so obvious that they were just like, just whatever jokes you want to make, we got to be relevant, guys. We got to be as relevant as we can. If you go look, this was a thing on Discussing Film. Eric Kripke talked about The Boys season 5. He said he wants audiences to get a little hope for it. Now, remember, this is a guy that said last year, because I've been very critical of The Boys. I've watched every season. I've been critical of it every season. And the showrunner said that he could make as many seasons as he wanted of this show because there's plenty to talk about. And then a few months later was like, yep, the show got canceled. Never mind. This is our last season. This is the last season. But this is him giving commentary right now about season 5 of the show.
What do you hope other creatives learn from your adaptation?
Well, I can say what I hope the audience learns, which is, weirdly, I hope they get a little bit of hope from it. I hope that they see that they're not crazy, the world is, and by spitting in the eye of all of these absurd things and laughing at them, laughter is a great tool to make a problem maybe seem a little more manageable. You know, I don't think we're going to change the world. I think, if anything, the last 8 years in the world, but I hope it maybe makes people feel a little less alone.
What do you
I think that says a lot, like, about the attitude there, you know, because when it's like, yeah, okay, the thing about comedy, and we've talked about this a lot on this channel, we talked about it a lot in general. The thing about comedy is you have to have jesters to be able to speak truth to the king. It's important to be able to make jokes and joke about things you have to be able to, you can't have sacred cows, okay? All right, you have to be able to make jokes about and make commentary on anything and everything, because that's how you hold them up to scrutiny. That's how you present the best way to provide scrutiny and critique and criticism of something is to be able to do it with satire, be able to mock it and make fun of it. And when it's not funny, that's when it's a problem. Oh, why did we lose sound? Did it not? Oh, did you guys not hear it? I'll play it again in a second here. Oh shit, am I muted again? Why am I muted? Sound is fine. I fucking hate you guys. I fucking hate you guys. Ask Jay about the front butt tax. I'll ask him about it. So like the thing right here is, he's like, hey, I want to give people hope. I want them to be able to know we can laugh at things. But this is coming from somebody who's writing a show and telling people, don't laugh at the things that we don't want you to laugh at. Stop liking Homelander as a character. Stop liking these other characters. Please understand that we're trying to make fun of conservative culture and Donald Trump and all of these things. So they're not even, they undercut their own message by telling you what the message is that you're supposed to walk away with. And they're not going out and trying to satirize things. They're angrily attacking the things that they don't like. What's supposed to be funny about your main character, Huey, getting put into a GIMP suit and having a Batman stand-in violate him? Like that's a whole sequence in the last season for people that didn't watch. There's a part where they straight up they put Huey in a GIMP suit and they violate him by a Batman stand-in. Tech Knight, I think is his name. And then later in the show, he goes to talk to Starlight about it because he's really upset. And he's kind of having a bit of a breakdown because he was essentially raped. And you know what they do? She tells him that he's being insensitive. That he's being insensitive and he's making it all about him. And he's ignoring everything that she's going through right now because in that season, she has an abortion. I'm not joking. That's a real thing. That's a real storyline that they have in that show. And this is him trying to say, you got to be able to laugh about stuff and laugh about things. Well, he thought it was funny that Huey had that happen to him. And it's funny because what he says here is, I think if anything, we've shown how much, the last 8 years, how much the boys doesn't change the world. Yeah, you know why? Because you're not providing anything. You're not satirizing anything. Satire gives people an opportunity to look at a mirror, look at something in front of them, and see how ridiculous it is. What I've said many times before, hi Jose Taco, what I've said many times before about the boys is that they are so angry and they are so driven to mock one side of the aisle over the other that they've actually become a parody of themselves accidentally because they expose their own ideology and how ridiculous their ideology is. The thing that works about season 1 so well is that it was a bunch of underdogs fighting power systems, because anybody can relate to that. Anybody can relate to, hey, guess what? The big dogs up top, the not just the billionaires, but corporations and government entities and stuff, shit on the little guy and don't have anybody to hold them accountable. That was the whole premise of the boys in the first place, was a group of underdogs that hold supers accountable for their behavior, that hold supers accountable for the terrible, awful things that the havoc that they wreak on the regular populace, the unpowered populace. That was the whole premise of the boys. And it's a great concept. It's actually a really great concept because it's not actually deconstructing superheroes. It's actually deconstructing society, talking about that, holding a mirror up to society and going, hey, look, these power structures and the lack of accountability to things, that's important. And you would have had a situation, it's funny, you could have had a situation here where this show could have been more relevant than ever with things like The List, the things like The Island. You could have had a show that the whole premise is about a group of guys taking it to the powerful that aren't held accountable to things, and taking it to governmental entities that are not held accountable. And this show would have been so relevant to today that people would have ate this shit up. People would have ate this shit up. And instead, they were like, we got to make sure that people know that we don't like MAGA. Okay. And then to turn around and try to praise other characters, try to praise other people who are doing and just as guilty of the same thing, and can't see how that becomes hypocritical. I stopped watching after season 3. I even tried to power through Gen V. I made it through 3 episodes. I've never watched Gen V. I've heard some people said that they like it more than The Boys. I don't know how I feel about it. Never watched it. I don't know if I'm going to watch it. I will finish this season out because I have a cost sunk fallacy already in place. I've invested this much time in The Boys. I might as well just stick it out. But, you know, the thing is, like, they had an opportunity to actually have The Boys become something relevant and timeless about society and culture. And instead, they boxed themselves out of being relevant to anything. And the only justification they have for it, the only defense they have for any of it is, well, MAGA's bad, though. Okay, cool. All right, you don't like him. I get it. But, like, what about the rest of society? What then? You know? And I even like... I even like... I like parts of season 2. I liked... You can be culturally relevant and be commenting on things that are happening even in today if you understand that your goal is not to tell people what they're supposed to think about it. Your goal is to present a concept to people and let them decide what they feel about it. But that's, like I said, that's the biggest problem with the show is they want you to know who they're making fun of. And what's ironic about all of that, the thing that's the funniest about all of that is the fact that Soldier Boy is such a popular character. Soldier Boy now, probably over Homelander, in my opinion, is the most popular character on that show. Why? Because he represents, like, your grandfather. He represents, like, you know, your parents, and, like, older parents and grandparents who don't give a shit about everybody's feelings, and you can still be effective and still be patriotic and still care about your country and have values and have things and have value systems that you hold to and not give a shit about people complaining and whining about it. So, you know, I don't know. It's funny. Yeah, they're doing a prequel on Soldier Boy. And they can't see why he's so popular. Like, Jensen Ackles is popular, yes. Jensen Ackles is very popular. And that's definitely why Soldier Boy people were excited about it. But Soldier Boy is a character. He even makes fun of Homelander. That's a perfect opportunity you have there to make fun of everybody. Yeah, I don't know why my audio is being weird. If you had to refresh to get it back. But hi, Makara. Good to see you. What's up, Nario Returns? He makes fun of Homelander. He makes fun of Homelander's pathetic nature. He makes fun of Homelander's aspirations because he thinks that it's silly that Homelander wants to run the world, because why would you want to do that? That's stupid. He makes fun of the power structures as they are today. You have built into your story the ability to create archetypes that hold a mirror up to different parts of society, and instead you went all in on making fun of Homelander and making him as pathetic as possible. You have Homelander picking his gray ball sack hairs out and storing them in a jar in season 4. Literally, you have Homelander picking out gray ball sack hairs and putting them in a jar in season 4, and they thought that shit was funny. They're like, that's great. That'll show him. Jensen Ackles isn't a great actor, but he makes up for swagger and good looks, I guess. I haven't seen enough of him in other things to really, like, judge him as an actor. But yeah, so it's interesting. And Yeah, The Boys season 5 is not good. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. So I can mock it and yell about it, and then have people on Twitter tell me, well, they're actually making fun of you because you're a right-winger, you're a MAGA supporter. And then I go, no, I'm not. And they go, oh, well, yeah, but I said you are, because the only possible explanation for why you wouldn't like that show, the only reason why you wouldn't like The Boys as it is right now is because you're a right-winger. That's not how writing works. Bad writing is bad writing, period. Bad writing is bad writing. And the idea that anybody that doesn't like it is somehow a fucking MAGA supporter or a right-winger is the silliest and dumbest and most like brain-dead take I've ever heard. Did I read the comics? I have not read the comics, Sean Lossage. I know a lot about the comics. I've read about them because I wanted to know the differences. I don't know if I'll read the comics based on what I've heard. I know some people said they like them. Some people say they hate them. I know people that say that they like the show more than or at least season 1 of the show more than the comics because of how it addresses things. I don't know. But I'm going to pivot to the next subject. Speaking of characters that are popular, that a lot of people don't like being popular today, we actually just got our first trailer for Punisher. This is a Disney Plus show, so temper your expectations. Once again, Disney Plus continues to cannibalize the Netflix TV series and the Netflix characters that they canceled the shows of in order to do their own thing with the same characters, hire the same exact actors to play the same exact characters in a Disney Plusified world where the writing is worse, the action is worse, the cinematography is worse. And the only thing that works about the characters in the show is the work that the actors had put in previously with better writers and directors and showrunners. Is it an hour-long special? I thought it was a show. I thought it was a full-on show. Maybe it's just an hour-long special. Here's the thing. I like, when you said you read about the comics, is it the wiki or fan pages? I read both. I don't just read the Wikipedia pages. I read like fan pages too. I read like what people say about them and different stuff like that too. It's going to be PG-13. I don't think so. I mean, Daredevil Born Again has been pretty violent. They say fuck a lot, so it's obviously not PG-13. So my guess is, yeah, I'm going to share it in a second here. Here's the thing. I liked season 1 of The Punisher on Netflix. I think it's a really good season of television. I think season 2 was okay. I like parts of season 2 a lot more than other parts. I think overall it kind of fell flat, and that was a common theme with Netflix. I think another season of it could have been really good, but I am curious to see what they do here. I have not watched this, so this is the first time we're going to watch this together. This is the trailer for Punisher: One Last Kill on Disney Plus. Oh, excuse me.
Hey, Frank.
Hey, Frank.
How you doing, brother? Talk to me. Tell me what's...
Oh, shit. John Bernthal wrote this. Really? John Bernthal wrote and produced this?
Tell me what's going on.
You think God's gonna forgive us for the things we've done? I'm not sure about me. But you ain't got a fucking chance.
That's all you got? That's all you got?
Interesting. I'm not gonna get my hopes up about this. This is Disney Plus. He wrote on a cocktail napkin, Punisher kicks some ass, doesn't put on his skull until the last 5 minutes. Now give me writing credit. That's actually kind of funny. See, one of the things I'm curious about here. So this is going to be May 12th. So this is just before Spider-Man Brand New Day. You know he's in Spider-Man Brand New Day. He's established as the Punisher in Spider-Man Brand New Day. I'm guessing this is going to take place just before Spider-Man Brand New Day. And this is going to establish Punisher as an anti-hero in the setting. I like John Bernthal as the Punisher. I think he's good. I think he brings some really, really, really great fucking energy to that role. Something that I think needs to be said is I think he deserves a lot of credit for what he brought to the role. That being said, it's Disney Plus. It's Disney Plus. Where do you go with that? You know? What are they going to do with that? My guess, just based on that, my guess is this is going to be kind of a retread of Frank's backstory. This is going to be dealing with him having PTSD and a bunch of trauma. He'll probably get wrapped up in something. And so the first, I don't know if this is going to be, I don't think this is going to be a series. Hold on. Let me see how long this is. Punisher, One Last Kill. Let me look it up and see. So it is a standalone special. It's going to be 60 minutes long. Okay. So really, realistically, it's going to be 45 minutes. So it's going to be a 45-minute episode that's going to establish John Bernthal as the Punisher in this world and exactly where he's at as a character. I don't know how I feel about that. I'd watch it if it was a series because I'd be curious about it if John Bernthal's writing it. My guess is this is going to deal with his PTSD. It's going to deal with him reestablishing himself as the Punisher because, my guess is at the end of Daredevil season 2, Born Again, that they're going to have dealt with the anti-vigilante task force or a big part of it. And they're going to put it down and get rid of that Punisher symbol so the Punisher could come back as a symbol again. Punisher, the first Punisher movie actor. So there was, Ray Stevenson. There was, oh my gosh. Wow. I can't remember his name right now off the top of my head. Khal Drogo. I'll pull up a list of them because there have been 6 different actors. So John Beck in 1989, Dolph Lundgren in 1989 as well. Thomas Jane and Ray Stevenson. A lot of people will say that Ray Stevenson is the best Punisher in Punisher Warzone. And then John Bernthal. I like all of them for different reasons. Well, I wouldn't say that I like Dolph Lundgren a whole lot. I think he was okay. But I thought that Ray Stevenson did a good job. And I've only seen parts of Thomas Jane's Punisher. I've never seen it all the way through. John Bernthal did a good job. I like John Bernthal's portrayal. I think Ray Stevenson did a good job. I know a lot of people like Ray Stevenson the most. So I kind of dig it, But as far as what's going to happen with Disney Plus, I'm not going to hold my breath that they're not going to try to get deep into the emotional well of this. And I don't necessarily think you need to. I think having Punisher reestablish himself as a hero and as a movement in this maybe could be an interesting concept, but it's going to lead right into Spider-Man Brand New Day. And I think that that's what they're doing it for. I think now that's what Disney's plan is going to be, is to take things like the Defenders, these street level heroes, do these small self-contained stories that don't require a massive impact on the world around them so they can tangentially relate them to the bigger MCU. I know that there's rumors already that we're getting a Daredevil movie coming up soon starring Charlie Cox. I like Charlie Cox getting more work. Good for him. Do I think it's going to be what he deserves or what the character deserves? No, I don't think that at all, actually. I don't think that at all. Which kind of leads me to the next thing, Daredevil Born Again. So I'm all caught up. I've already talked about the fact that I did not like episodes 1 and 2. I think they're boring. I think they're slow. I think that they ham-fistedly throw in action sequences because they want audiences to go like, look, oh, that's really cool. That's a really cool action sequence. But the action sequences are so lackluster and poorly put together compared to the Netflix series, which is what it's always going to be compared to, in my opinion. If it's its own show, if it's its own thing, if they went, hey, we're going to reboot the Defenders with new actors, you know, and maybe the one thing that we stuck with was that Charlie Cox did such a good job, we want him to be in this one. Okay, maybe. But this is a continuation of the Netflix series in every way, in shape and form, and so it has to be compared to the Netflix series, in my opinion. And the way that I've described it is that it's basically a Disney Plus show wearing a Netflix Daredevil skin suit. It is Daredevil, mostly in name only. It's tried to stitch together something that looks like a semblance of Daredevil. Born Again was a mess. I get the second half of the season was with this new showrunner, and this new showrunner is now all season 2. But the thing about the problem with season 2 of this show, the problem with this show is that season 1 established a bunch of very boring, very uninteresting, lackluster, useless side characters across the board. Matt's therapist girlfriend, BB Urich, even the guy that was supposed to be like the young guy that was working for Kingpin. You know, he was like the young youth guy that was supposed to like handle social media and all that shit. Like, a lot of these characters are useless. They gave Vanessa an expanded role in season 1, and it was not good. They basically made it around her having an affair. Wow. Okay. Congratulations. Your great idea for Vanessa Fisk, the woman who Kingpin fell in love with, the woman who he felt worthy to share his empire with, the woman who, when he finally was like, hey, you know what? Here's my criminal empire. And she's like, you've built something amazing and I love you. And I think you should do everything that you can to protect it. Go do your thing, Big Daddy. Instead of that, your amazing, incredible writing is to have them in marriage counseling because she had an affair on him. That's your big thing. And then you go into season 2 with this new showrunner claiming, hey, I'm going to change the way things are. I want to go focus more on action and things like that. But the thing is, we spend so much time with all of these side characters and none of them are interesting. Yes, the Little White Tiger Girl is very boring. I like Karen, but Karen usually has more shit to do. She doesn't really have anything to do in this season. They replaced Wesley with this other character, and now apparently Wesley's coming back. That's a spoiler, apparently, is that Wesley's coming back, and that the Wesley that got killed by Karen was a Skrull or some bullshit. I don't know if any of that's true. I don't know how they're doing all of this. The thing is, this show is a mess, even on season 2. The action sequences, supposedly episode 4 is supposed to be the best episode. And you know what? I'll say this. Episode 4 is the best episode of the show. Episode 4 of Daredevil Born Again is the best episode. Season 2, episode 4 is the best episode of Daredevil Born Again. But compared to the Netflix show, it's still garbage. It still sucks. It's still not good. And that was my biggest complaint about it, is that it's still not good. I still don't like it. I don't enjoy very much of it. That they throw in action sequences that are supposed to be amazing, and they're kind of messy and they're kind of jarring, and there feels like there's no real weight or impact to things. We get this opening with Bullseye where he's killing all of these the anti-vigilante task force guys, and you think, cool, but like the forks and all the stuff he's throwing at them, they don't feel like they have any real weight. They don't feel like they're actually like that devastating. They feel like they're CGI. They feel like they're weightless like items that are just they're like pretend to die from this. And it's funny because when you watch like Netflix Daredevil again, and you have him and Bullseye fighting, you do believe that every item that Bullseye's throwing is lethal as shit and scary as fuck. He's throwing staplers and shit and fucking Matt's world up with this stuff. And this, it just kind of feels like the way the camera angles are, the way everything is shot, just feels kind of weightless and feels like nothing has any real impact. So yeah, this was the best episode. But as it continues to go on, we continue to have to stop. Every time we get to anything with Daredevil, we have to continue to go back to watching these side characters. We have to go back to watching these side characters run around and do nothing. We have to go back to watching, you know, BB Urich complain about things. We have to watch BB, you know, pretend to make fun of Wilson Fisk. They put on this weird fucking mask and do these weird parody things making fun of Wilson Fisk, and I don't know what the point is. I don't know why I'm watching this. I don't know why I'm supposed to be enjoying this moment or enjoying what's happening here. You know? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just not good. It's put together poorly. I don't enjoy it. I don't understand what the point is supposed to be of the show. Hey, what's up, Gregos? How you doing, buddy? If you like Daredevil Born Again and you haven't watched the Netflix series, you should watch the Netflix series. You'll like it a lot more. But yeah, now we're going to get, you know, Jessica Jones. Probably the last episode, my guess, is when Jessica Jones is going to show up. And then season 3 they're shooting right now, which is amazing that they're actually getting a season shot that quickly, because we may get another season of Born Again next year. Are we back to like getting annual releases of shows? Why can't they be good shows now? I don't know. But we're going to get the next season of Daredevil Born Again, and it's going to be the Defenders. Noir. Is it Noir? It says Noir. So I'm really enjoying The Boys so far. Well, I'm glad you like it. I'm not a fan. I didn't like the first episode of it. That was very messy. But I'm glad you like it. I'm not going to shame anybody for liking the show. I get it. I know people that really enjoy those shows and really enjoy everything they're watching. And I don't expect everybody to have the same feeling on it that I do. I understand why people like Netflix or Daredevil Born Again. I get it. I actually get it. But if you don't remember the show or you don't compare it to the Netflix show, it's probably the best thing Disney Plus has ever created. Sean Lawsich, they are not recasting Iron Fist. They're bringing Finn, what is his name? Whatever. They're bringing back the original actor for him, and they're bringing back, what's her name? Colleen Wing. So Colleen Wing and the original Iron Fist actor, they're both coming back. They're both coming back for the show. Mike Coulter is coming back as Daredevil, or as Luke Cage. They also announced that Luke Cage and Jessica Jones got married off camera and had a child together, because that's what it's like in the comics. In the comic books, they're married and they have a kid together. And that was something that they were trying to build up to in the Netflix series and then kept pulling away from and pulling away from. I'm like, you should just do a show with these two married as a couple going out and doing superhero shit. And they don't always have to do it together. It's okay. They don't have to do it together. But now they're like, yeah, they got married off camera and they had a kid together off camera. So now you're coming back to these guys and they're everything that you guys ever wanted them to be. So we'll see. I will say this. I do think this is not a thing. This is not. I do actually legitimately think that Disney Plus Defenders could be better than the Netflix Defenders. Because one thing I will say is that the Netflix Defender series was not very good. The Netflix Defender series was kind of a mess. There were some really cool moments in it, but overall it was not very good. It was not very well executed, and it felt more like a glorified Daredevil, like season 2.5 than it did an actual Defender series. Is Misty Knight coming back? I don't know. I actually have to look that up. I'll actually have to look that up. And I really like Luke Cage season 1. I like Luke Cage season 2 as well. It's a little messy, but like Bushmaster was a pretty rad villain. Them call me Bushmaster. Netflix ruined the Hand. Yeah, well, we also know that we're getting the Hand in Spider-Man Brand New Day. The Hand is going to be in this new season of, or this new Spider-Man movie. So my guess is that we're also probably going to see Charlie Cox's Daredevil show up at some point. So Defenders was ass, yeah. I know a lot of people hated Iron Fist, but I loved that show. Really? Yeah, I was not a fan of Iron Fist. There were parts of it, but like the stuff I liked about Iron Fist had nothing to do with Iron Fist. Luke Cage was surprisingly solid. Yeah, I like Luke Cage. I like Luke Cage season 1 a lot. Dude, Cottonmouth was such a good bad guy. And I like Diamondback. It's a little comic booky. It's a little cheesy, but I kind of dug it. And I like Bushmaster in season 2. It's just they didn't really know what they wanted to do with a lot of stuff in season 2. They felt like they were kind of directionless until the very end. So what do they have, a girl or a boy? I don't remember. I think in the comics they have a girl. My guess is it's going to be a girl. Season 2 of Luke Cage I didn't like. They decided to make him a villain in the end. I did like Shades. I love Shades. Shades was awesome. They had this really weird storyline with Shades though, where like his buddy from prison, that they went to prison together. They were like gay together in prison, and he was like trying to hit on Shades, and Shades was like, dude, stop hitting on me because I'm like trying to make a life for myself now, and like that was prison, and I'm not gay no more. I'm not gay no more. And they were like, you know, they tried to like do something with that for a little bit. And as soon as they drop that storyline, he gets back to being the guy that's like whispering in Mariah's ear. It's good again. Shades is a rad character. I really, really liked I actually liked the ending of season 2 of Luke Cage. I actually really dug the ending of that. I liked that Luke kind of became like the kingpin, the bulletproof kingpin of that area of Harlem. So that way he could kind of keep an eye on the criminal element. So he kind of became a villain for himself. And I thought that was pretty rad actually. So couldn't get into Luke Cage. I only watched season 1 of Jessica Jones. I really like that. I think you'd like if you watch Luke Cage again. Not Johnny Cage, Luke Cage. But that's a perfect segue. Because yeah, Daredevil Born Again, not a fan. But we'll see how it goes. I'll keep watching it. If it gets better, it gets better. I'll happily give them their credit where credit is due. I think this was the best of the Disney Plus series so far, and it's still not as good compared to Netflix in any way. So, but speaking of Johnny Cage, we also just got a trailer for Mortal Kombat 2. We did. We got another trailer for Mortal Kombat 2. I'm excited for Mortal Kombat 2. I liked parts of the last movie, specifically all the stuff with Scorpion and like Sub-Zero. I hated everything with Cole. Cole was the most annoying character I've ever seen in my life. I hated that he was inserted into the story because he was terrible. Hey, what's up, Call Sign Hush? How you doing? The music in Luke Cage is great. But yeah, so we got Mortal Kombat 2. Carl Urban is Johnny Cage. I am mildly excited about this. The rumor is that Cole dies pretty soon in this season, or in this movie. So let's check this out. I do want to watch this real quick. I have not seen this trailer, but this is for Mortal Kombat 2.
Showtime. Mortal Kombat 2. Get tickets now. Damn.
There are 8 billion people on this planet. And Mortal Kombat is upon us.
This will get you copyright? Well, I'll try to be careful about it. Dude, the Scorpion casting is great.
If we lose one more time, the Earth is gone.
I do not like the casting for Raiden already. I wish I just would have got Christopher Lambert back and his terrible fucking accent.
Johnny Cage, this is a war for the fate of your world.
The fate of your world. I can't fucking play that sound. We're just gonna skip through the pictures. Shao Kahn looks fucking rad, dude. Shao Kahn looks fucking rad. All right? He looks fucking good, bro. I can't play that music or I'll get claimed. So we got Katana versus that looks like Shao Kahn. That's Johnny Cage versus Sub-Zero, it looks like. No, that Johnny Cage versus what's his name? Guy that throws a hat. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. I can't play the music or I'll get claimed like immediately, dude. I'm telling you, YouTube Meek, thanks. I know we're getting Baraka. That looks like Smoke. Noob Saibot. Nope, that's Cole. Fuck. That's Cole right there. Doesn't look like he has his powers though. And then I don't remember who this is supposed to be right now. I don't remember who this character's supposed to be, but she does not look very good. Kung Lao, thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, I can't fucking play that music. I'll get claimed. It does look violent as shit. That's Cole right there doing his stupid fucking Cole thing. So damn it, he's going to be in this movie a little bit. We're getting... listen. There's Baraka. He looks better here. That looks like they did some stuff to his face. Jade, thank you. Yeah, Jade looks fucking terrible. Baraka looks fucking rad. It looks like they fixed some stuff with his look. What do you think will make more money? Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter? If Street Fighter is what I think it's going to be, Street Fighter is going to make more money. If Street Fighter is what I think it's going to be, it's going to make more money. Scorpion looks fucking awesome. He already looked awesome. He was good in the first movie. Yeah, that looks like Smoke. Is that Smoke and Noob Saibot? Is that what that is? Looks better than the Street Fighter movie. I think it's different than the Street Fighter movie. The thing about the Street Fighter movie is it looks like it's trying to be, this looks like it's trying to be a hyper-violent fighting action film. Street Fighter looks like it's trying to be an 80s beat 'em up and like an 80s like cheesy 80s beat 'em up. And that's what you need for Street Fighter. That's what you need for Street Fighter. So, like, I am looking forward to Mortal Kombat 2. Both are noob. Thank you. What I'm concerned about is Cole. Cole is my biggest concern. In the trailer, Scorpion says Sub-Zero, and that character says, I've been reborn. Okay, so that's how they're going to do it. That's kind of rad. I dig it. But I think Street Fighter, they're gonna provide different things for different people. I do think Street Fighter is going to be PG-13. Let me look this up real quick. Let me see if there's a rating for it. Street Fighter. Let me see if there's an actual ranking for it. 2026. It doesn't look like it has a rating yet. But I think it's going to be PG-13. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's going to be PG-13. So there's a lot more potential for this to make more money. Parents going to see this, taking their kids to go see it. You know, Mortal Kombat's going to be a little tiny bit capped because it's rated R. But even with that, if these guys are trying to do right by the IPs, it's going to do well. The biggest problem with Mortal Kombat 1 was the stuff that was from Mortal Kombat was fucking awesome, and all the extra shit was the stuff that sucked. The Cole stuff sucked. Cole's a terrible character. Cole's my biggest concern, Mike, but also Derek Zoolander's father. That's wild, dude. Well, I know Street Fighter looks goofy, but like, I think it looks goofy in like a good way, dude. I hope Shao Kahn murks Cole. I would love that. Street Fighter needs a real trailer. they'll drop one soon. I think they're gonna drop one soon. They're probably biding their time. I mean, when does Street Fighter come out? Street Fighter 2026 release. That is October 16th. We'll probably get a trailer this summer. Whereas Mortal Kombat 2 is like right around the corner, isn't it? Mortal Kombat 2 comes out on May 8th. Yeah, so Mortal Kombat 2 is right around the corner. So they got to get that marketing ramped up now for it. Whereas Street Fighter, I don't think they want to be compared to Mortal Kombat right now. They'll probably wait until after Mortal Kombat's out, has been released, to say, cool, awesome. Now we see how Mortal Kombat did. Now let's do Street Fighter and start ramping that up for Street Fighter. So, Street Fighter is likely to perform better. It's ridiculous as we wanted it to be like Van Damme, but better. I mean, I think it's going to, yeah. I'm excited for it. I really am. Cole killing Goro was funny, though. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I saw it when it first came out, and I did not like it, and I don't remember it as much anymore. I'd have to check it out again. Mortal Kombat was not good. You are correct, JB Spooky Rio. It was not. I liked all the stuff with Scorpion, but that was about it. Tier list? You keep asking for tier list. I don't have a tier list ready. I don't know if I want to do a tier list tonight. I don't know. Maybe I'll do one if I can think of one. Maybe. True. The making of an original character to be the main character was a mistake. It should have been one of the original characters. Yeah, it should have been Liu Kang. Or Kung Lao. Kung Lao would have been a good one too. You could have done anybody, actually. I'm excited. Just like with He-Man, I want a fun movie. That's all I want for that too. Yeah. The Scorpion Sub-Zero stuff was good. Everything else, yes. Everything else was dookie. Fucking dog water. I agree with you. Tier list of what? I don't know. People just ask me for tier lists. Kano was awesome. Okay, yeah, and Kano was good. The actor and stuff for Kano was good. That's true. But Johnny Cage seems like a huge improvement over generic protagonist Cole. I also would have been okay with him doing that with Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage being the main character, I would have been also okay with that. Christian Rocker says RoboCop. Yeah. At some point, I do want to play RoboCop, what is it, Rogue City or whatever. I do want to play that. I own it. Just never sat down and actually played it. Chat cry for me. My KOTOR copies have become unplayable. Play the discs on both of them out. That is very sad. Listen, I'm gonna let's put sad music together. Hold on, where's my sad music? Is this it? Where'd it go? There we go. That's very sad. I'm very sorry to hear that your KOTOR copies have become unplayable. Just keep the discs. Now, fortunately, you can get them anywhere. Steam has them. I think GOG has them as well. Both of them. But yeah. April Foolgerson says, rank these letters S, A, B, C, D, F. I'm going to rank them in that order. That's the order I ranked them in. Butterframe in Gold for 2 says, super chat ideas for tier list. That's wild. No, don't do that. Rogue City is great. The DLC is a pass. Okay. I've heard some people say they really liked it. And then some people say that they really did not like it. But I do want to play Rogue City at some point just because I want to check it out. Street Fighter tier list? I don't know enough about Street Fighter characters to be able to make an accurate tier list. You'd be embarrassed at how little I know. I know more about Mortal Kombat characters. And even then, still, not as much. The entire opening sequence for Scorpion versus Sub-Zero and Raiden really set the movie for me. I wanted more of that. Then we got Cole, and I just toned out. That's exactly how I felt. And like JB Spooky Review says, yeah, the Scorpion Sub-Zero stuff is rad. But they kind of borrowed that from, like, Machinima. They kind of borrowed that from, like... I mean, no, I know they borrowed it from the lore. But what I'm saying is, like, Machinima did their own version with Mortal Kombat, what is it, Legacy or whatever? And the Scorpion shit was really good in that. The Raiden stuff was really good, too. Oh, is there a Cobra Cast going live? Of course there is. Listen, man. I can't win for losing. I can't win for losing with that. It's okay. It's not a competition. First of all, because I couldn't win that competition, even if it was one. but also because like it just is what it is. Chun-Li and Cammy S tier, that's the whole list. Yeah, Booba win. Booba win. But yeah, man, Raiden, you pleb, Raiden, Lord Raiden, Lord Raiden. Yeah, Liu Kang, Johnny Cage, or maybe even Sonya Blade if they wanted a female main character, in my opinion. I think anybody would have, people would have been happy with any of those. SCD for 2 says, tier list of the mods, Turd S++, Epic Thickums Tax.
That's a huge bitch.
Damn, boy, he's thick.
Thanks. Why did Jeremy always hold my brother back? That's all right. I can only take so much of Jeremy's glazing. Listen, Cobra Cast is always imminent. You should just, you're never safe from a Cobra Cast. That's how it all works. Meek Wave Superior, Cobra Cast, Constructicast, Constructicast Inferior. I kind of dig that. That's pretty good. Hi, Ariel Kai. Meek Wave Superior, Constructicast Inferior. That's pretty good. I respect that a lot, actually. Jeremy checks when his friends are going to stream and purposely sets up a stream for them. I mean, sometimes that's kind of how it feels. Dijon Hayden says, I'm not fucking leaving. Well, you don't have to. I'm not kicking you out. I want to talk about this real quick, just because this dropped today. They finally officially announced Sony is working on a Metal Gear Solid movie. Sony is officially working on a Metal Gear Solid film. Let me pull it up here.
Why are you gay?
There it is. Final Destination Bloodlines director Zach Lipovsky and Adam B. Stein are attached to the project. I think they work together as a duo. I looked them up a little bit. Well, I looked up Zach Lipovsky. I think they work together as a duo. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't think they're going to do it right. I don't think they're going to put together, hey, Donna Hall, have a good night. Appreciate you. Have a great day at work. I don't know how they're going to do this. I don't think they're going to be able to pull this off correctly. I don't think that they have any idea how to make, I don't think they have any idea how to write Solid Snake. I don't think that Kojima is going to be involved at all in this. Trying to look, Adam Stein. So he co-directed Final Destination Bloodline. He also co-directed the live-action movie Kim Possible, which I didn't know was a thing. He also co-wrote and directed the award-winning independent film Freaks, which I've never seen either. I don't know anything about this guy's work, so he's fairly new. Yeah, that doesn't really... I guess casting an unknown might be better, but I don't know what these guys... I don't know anything about these guys' knowledge of the Metal Gear franchise. Frank says, I don't care. I don't even fucking care. Death of Marco for 2 says, reading emotes tax. That's wild. Imba Franker Z says, do you and the other Tuesday Night Main Event members have a P.O. box? I'm supposed to have a P.O. box, but I keep forgetting to set it up. Why bother? The games are already movies. That's the thing. I don't know. That's a great question. You know, I know for a long time the rumor was that it was going to be Oscar Isaac as Solid Snake. I think he could do a good job of it, but I think he's too old now. Oh, was the live action Kim Possible awful? Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't have much hope for this. I don't know what these guys, I don't know how they got this job. I don't know what their qualifications are, like why they got handed this. And also it's Sony, and Sony puts up some real big L's when it comes to their IP handling. I'm trying to see if I can find some more info on it. Under the deal, Lipovsky and Stein's newly launched company Wonder Lab will develop film for the duo to direct original project that they will produce for other directors. The focus is creating wildly fun, commercial, character-driven, genre-bending films. As part of the deal, the duo will direct Sony's Columbia Pictures adaptation of Metal Gear Solid, the pioneering video game created by Hideo Kojima. It would mark the first time the blockbuster title is stealth comic, blah, 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 blah. Zach and Adam are thrilling storytellers, master of visuals and suspense, two of the most impressive director-producers working today, said Sony Pictures. Motion Picture Group President Sanford panicked in a statement, with projects across all of the company's film labels, we're so happy to create a home for them and proud to have them as part of the Sony family. Then he said, we are honored to be partnering with the incredible executive team at Sony. While working with several Sony teams in the last year, we've been blown away by the level of creativity, thoughtfulness, and passion we felt in every conversation. We share the vision that Tom, Sanford, Pete, I don't give a fuck about all these people. Regarding Metal Gear Solid, this is what I was looking for. The duo stated, Metal Gear Solid was nothing short of a groundbreaking cinematic masterpiece that will forever revolutionized video games. We are thrilled and honored to bring Hideo Kojima's iconic characters and unforgettable world to life. You send me a certain magic card? All right, I will get on it. I will get on it, and I'll let you know as soon as it's ready. That was the most generic statement I think I've ever read about a film. Imagine having people switch theaters in the Psycho Mantis fight. Dude. See, that shit like that would be cool. Shit like that would be rad. Oh, great. My X feed is going to be flooded with Kojima reposting everyone's excitement over the Metal Gear movie. Yeah, I don't know, man. I would love for there to be some cool moments like that and to try to find a way to blend that that stuff in, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Listen, we got Uncharted from Sony. That was Sony, right? Yeah, Uncharted was from Sony. Tom Holland is Nathan Drake. Tom Holland is Nathan Drake. Is that Sony? It is Sony. Sony made the Uncharted films. I don't think they're going to handle this well. I don't think they have any idea what makes Metal Gear Solid interesting at all. The Metal Gears will just be giant gears in a warehouse. Yeah. Or they'll make it be some like small thing. They'll make it like some kind of like MacGuffin item instead of it actually being like what it is in the games. They'll make it some like weird MacGuffin item that you have to run after. What is the Metal Gears? What is the Metal Gears? We got to find it. Or they're going to say stuff like about, you know, can love bloom on the battlefield and make it like just nothing but like a really shitty generic romance, has nothing to do with Metal Gear at all. I don't think that they're going to do a good job of this. What's my favorite Metal Gear? Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite. It's 3, 1 by a very, very, very razor thin margin, and then 2. I enjoy 2. Like they're all like, I think 3, Metal Gear Solid 3 for me, probably like, I don't do like point systems like fucking Beardo does, but like it's like a 9 out of 10. Or if I was to use a point system, it's like a 9.7 out of 10. It would be like on like Criticalist. If I was ranking it on Criticalist as a percentage, it'd be like 97%. And then 1 would be like 96%. And then 2 would be like a 90%. Because I really liked all of them. Charles Devane says, have you seen the CM Punk pipe bomb yet? Asking for the 5th time. Sorry. I saw it pop up while I was in the middle of talking about other stuff. Yeah, I did watch the pipe bomb. I think CM Punk did a great job. It was nice to finally hear somebody fucking say some shit for real for a change. I think that some of what he said was a little corny. Some of the stuff he said was kind of corny. It took him a little bit to ramp up, and it really felt like he was trying to decide if he should actually say some of the stuff that he did say. When he finally went for it, I was like, cool, it's about fucking time you just actually opened it up. And I hope that this opens up room for him, other people to say more shit. Because Cody and Punk both kind of put TKO on blast, and I think they should have. And I think that's the best time to do it. TKO needs to be put on blast. For him to call Roman Reigns out and be like, the only difference between you and your cousin is that your cousin is a Hollywood superstar. And he goes, sorry, used to be a Hollywood superstar. That shit was fucking wild. Calling Dwayne Johnson like basically a has-been. Calling him a has-been is pretty fucking wild. I liked it. I thought it was good. It was nice. It was old school Punk. Does Solid Snake live in the Baja? That's a good question. He might. That's maybe where he retired. I'm tired of the live action adaptations. It's not needed at all. You are correct. It is not needed. It is not needed. You are absolutely correct. Uncharted movie was ass, just a mashup of a few major moments in games. Stuff Tom Holland because he's Spider-Man draw and was so poorly written. Yeah, Tom Holland is not Nathan Drake. Nathan Fillion would have been a great Nathan Drake, and they did that short and it was great. Imba Frankers for 5 says Liquid sneaks up on Solid Snake in the film. He's right behind me, isn't he? That's kind of good. I didn't watch Uncharted movie. Yeah, neither did I. I would not watch that. I have a Criticalist account, says Real Grey Ghost, but haven't posted anything. You should go post over on Criticalist. It's good. It's going to be Chris Pratt, isn't it? Oh, I could see them doing that, actually. Ooh, I could see them doing that. I could see it being Chris Pratt. You finished Resident Evil yet? I have not. Tomorrow will be more Resident Evil. Tomorrow will be more Resident Evil Requiem. I think we're like 3/4 of the way through the game right now. So that'll be what we do tomorrow. But I want to do AfroCast. It's been a while since I got to just like sit down and talk with you guys. He's out of line, but he's right. The Rock has had too many projects that were heavily promoted. Oh, 100%, man. Yeah, The Rock used to be my favorite wrestler. He's not anymore. I don't like him at all. I think he's fucking terrible now. Like, I think Dwayne Johnson sucks. Please don't go down and vote my reviews. But don't do that. Also, we hit 900 followers over on Criticalist. I'm still the second most followed person on Criticalist. I post actual reviews, not just like one-word reviews. The only one-sentence review that I did recently was... there's like, I think 2 reviews that I have up that don't have any words attached to them. Or like, and that was for, what's it called? Rebel Moon. Because Rebel Moon fucking sucks. But yeah, I did a review this month already for Prince of Egypt, Super Mario Galaxy, The Iron Giant, Toy Story, and Passion of the Christ. In Prince of Egypt, I said, this is the greatest animated film of all time, and a perfect film. There's nothing more to be said. And I stand on that. I stand on that 1,000%. So, Steve Austin is better than The Rock? 100%, dude. Mike follows me. Jealous plebs? You should be jealous. You should be very jealous. Guys, you guys keep asking me for a tier list. I don't know what to make a tier list on. What do I make a tier list on? I wonder if I can do one on The Rock's movies. I'm going to do one on Dwayne Johnson films. If they have Dwayne Johnson films. Because that's the thing. You guys got to understand. I have to make these. Unless I find like a good one. And most of the time, there's not good ones. They all suck. They're terrible. They're like fucking awful films. They're like fucking awful tier lists. Like the pictures are terrible. The way that they're set up is terrible. I have to like go in and manually fix all of these, which I'm normally doing during the stream. I don't want to sit here and stop talking to you guys for 25 minutes while I make a tier list. You know, superhero dumpies. One guy, there's been multiple people asking for tier lists tonight, but Imba Franker Z for 5 says hot dude tier list. I'm not doing that. JB Spooky Review says I have a tier list for you. Movies with the word Blade in the title, except for Blade. That's kind of wild. See, like I have a Rock playlist here or tier list here But it's, what is this, 35 fucking movies? It's 35 movies. 42 movies. 42 fucking movies. That's a lot of movies. SCD for 2 says stereotypes tier list. Favorites are most accurate. That's wild. See, I'd also have to put together something like that. Do a tier list of what foods you would eat right now if you weren't on a diet and use it to stall tomorrow. Guys, speaking of diets, okay, I got to talk about this for a second. I found low carb nuggets. I found low carb nuggets. And I cannot tell you how fucking happy I am about that. Okay? I found low carb nuggets finally. And they were fucking delicious. And I was beside myself with them. And I ate them. I ate the whole bag of them for like the whole day. Like I didn't eat anything else that day. But I needed something. Okay? I just got sick of like eating burger steaks all the time. Nuggets, is it derogatory term? No, like actual chicken nuggets. They're like super, super lightly breaded nuggets. And they're really fucking good. Those are bull testicles, Michael? Banned. Harbinger, member for 10 months, says, haven't asked in a while. Any word on the chicken bucket emote in the Discord, Beardo Fat? The Discord is ready. I just have to get my mods into the Discord and get them set up so that they can correctly mod the Discord. But I have been lazy and not done that yet. I'm going to save this Dwayne Johnson tier list, actually. I think I'm going to save this one. I'll tell you what, chat. I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. We're going to do a Batman tier list. I'll do a tier list for you guys tonight. I'll do a tier list for you guys tonight. We're doing a Batman tier list because I know this is going to make some of you guys mad. We're doing a live action Batman tier list. The Batman, not the other ones. Hey, what's up, Rough Night? He says, Mrs. Rough Night and I watched Serenity yesterday. We learned that love makes ship a home. That's fucking wild. Did you guys like it? The barely brand ones? Yes, lightly breaded. They're so good. Yeah. They were really fucking good. It's like, I think it's like 20 net carbs for the entire bag. So, Meek looking sleek on that bull testy diet. Let's go. You're banned. Including the cereals, I'm going to do, hold on. Let me see here. Grego says, since January, I've lost 30 pounds from 195 to 165. Hell yeah, Gregos. It's awesome. I think I'm just going to do live action Batman because let me do this. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I wonder if they'll include the animated series Batman. See, these are the movies. I don't want movies. I want the actual actors. That's what I want. I want the actors. Best live action Batman ever. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, and then see, this gives me the fucking Bruce Wayne. And then it gives me the actual... You know what? That's not a bad way to go about this. You ate 6 bags, Mike. I didn't. I ate 1 bag for the entire day. Kevin Conroy wins. Yeah, it's not even close if we do it that way. Kevin Conroy is the best Batman ever. So long as Adam West is S tier. Tom Hardy's Bane is the best live action Bane. I mean, that's actually not wrong. We've seen it before. We watched it again yesterday, and that's just a direct quote from the movie. I mean, it's a fucking great movie. Okay, this actually has, and also Chiwetel Ejiofor is my favorite. Yeah, he's my absolute fucking favorite when it comes to the bad guys. I love him in this list. Okay. Wasn't there an oddball one before Adam West? Yes, there were. There were a couple serials, yes. What I'm trying to find right now, so I have a live action Batman one. I wonder if they'll let me include I want all the Batman actors because I kind of also want people like Peter. What is his name? Not Peter Sellers. Fucking hell. I also want like Kevin Conroy and stuff on the list because I think they deserve it. There's a Batman list, like a voice list, but I don't want to do that one. I want to find like a better one. Fuck it. We're just gonna do a live action Batman tier list. That's what we're doing. Okay. I hope you guys are. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy now. Let me do here. A, B, C, D. Row below. So I still have to fucking edit these things because these lists suck. They don't put them together well. They don't do a good job of putting these lists together. So I have to fix them myself. It's very frustrating. It's quite annoying. Ain't it, Gov? Ain't it, Governor? Here we go. I think this is it. I got it? Fucking got it. Okay. This is what we're doing. We're doing for you guys because I love you guys, because you asked nicely, and also because, I don't know, because I'm fucking retarded or whatever. Probably just because I'm fucking retarded. We're going to do a Batman, live action Batman tier list. All right? Boom. That's what we're doing. And Kevin Conroy doesn't count. We're not doing Kevin Conroy. He doesn't count. There was wasn't there 1950s ones? Yes, there was. Hey, Max Payne, have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. Batmeek better be included, son of a. Son of a gun. Harbinger for 5 says Meeky Bat S+, dude. They're... Do I really have to add myself to the list? Get to work, Mike. You're my hero, Miki. Thank you for the tier list. Yeah, you're welcome. Let me see if I can fucking find... Hold on. Oh, well, I don't want you to see my saved photos. Might be dirty stuff in there. There's not dirty stuff in there, but I also don't want you to see what I have saved. Because sometimes I have projects and stuff that I'm trying to work on in the background saved in there, too. Where is Batmeek? Where the fuck is Batmeek? Where the fuck is Batmeek? Bro, I just had it. There it is. All right, there we go. Oh, thank you. Lewis Wilson and Robert Lowry. See, I wouldn't have remembered that. There we go. Love. You can learn all the math in the verse. But you take a boat in the air and you don't love it, she'll shake you off just as sure as the turning of the world. That's actually a pretty fucking rad quote, not gonna lie. This is a lesson that bullying works. It does work. You guys bullying me absolutely does work. SCD for 5. Wesley Snipes S+ with Meeky Bat. Fuck! I'm not adding Blade! He's not Batman! Imba Frankers for 5. A Batman tier list. Also technically a hot dudes tier list.
Why are you gay?
Get your hand off my penis! Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Move this man!
Odd Wesley Snipes at the very end. Hey, Frank, have a good night, man. Appreciate you, bro. Hey, listen, Frank, thanks for still hanging out with me, despite being very annoyed with me about my Nintendo, my Mario movie ranking. Frank called me an idiot, said I was dumb. Said I was dumb for liking the movie. Sorry, Frank, okay? I had a good time. But I appreciate you, Frank. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us. That's the cool thing about this community. We can disagree on shit and still hang out and still be cool with each other. Because what matters more than anything is that we're being authentic and real with each other. So, all right. This is what we're going to do. This is really escalated quickly. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. All right. Batman. Okay? Somebody gave me the names of these guys now. Lewis Wilson and Robert Lowry from the serials in the 40s. Not the 50s. Okay. This whole fucking thing rearranged itself. Damn it to hell. There we go. Because I'm pretty sure this is the first one. We got Adam West. We got Ben Affleck. We got Pattinson. Keaton. He was here. Bale goes here. Okay. All right. We're going to go down this list. We're going to do it in alphabetical order. Or not alphabetical. Chronological order. So I'm guessing one of these guys is Lewis Wilson. One of these guys is Robert Lowry. Do I know which one it is? No fucking clue. Okay? I don't know who this is. All right, so I got to go by the costumes because I didn't watch the serials at all. Is this just Batman, or are you doing Bruce's side as well? It has both Bruce's. You know what? That's a really, really good question, Glenathan. What we're going to do is we're going to rank them. We're going to rank them together. Clooney's on this list. Clooney's here. Mike Lowry. That's fucking wild. We're going to rank them definitively based on their Bruce and their Batman together. Okay? That's Wilson? Okay, this is Wilson. I haven't seen these. Okay? How does he look? Costume's not too bad. The hat's a little goofy. He's kind of jacked. He's strong. He's got a strong body. You know? I don't know anything about his Bruce Wayne. I'm just going to put him in C because I don't know who this is. I don't know anything about this guy. Serial is the first appearance of the Batcave. It appeared in comics after. Really? I did not know that, actually. That's actually kind of cool news. All right. This is Mike. This is the other guy. His Batman is kind of goofy. Wait, what did the guy say then? What was his name? What are these guys' names again? Hold on, let me see here. What are these guys' names again? Lewis Wilson and Robert Lowry. Oh, Mike Lowry, I get it. Lewis Wilson. So this is Lewis Wilson. This is Robert Lowry. Mike Lowry. Robert Lowry. Okay, forgive me. Old school radio serials are peak cinema. Yeah. Make an unknown tier. No. I got to rank them definitively. I don't like the way that the ears are separated on this one. This bothers me a little bit. I don't like the insignia on the chest. He also looks significantly less shape than this guy. Like this guy was like, I'm playing a superhero. I got to be jacked. Okay. So I'm going to rank this guy lower than, I'm going to rank Lowry lower than Wilson. Okay. That's where we're started. Now let's get into the good ones. Kevin Conroy. Adam West. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I love Adam West's Batman when it was the only Batman I had. As a kid, Adam West Batman was the coolest thing I'd ever seen in my life because it was Batman. And I didn't have context for other things, okay? I hadn't watched Batman 89 yet. There's a level of charm to these movies that cannot be touched. And I keep seeing everybody say S tier. What if I think he's A tier? Freddie and Kombat. George Clooney's on this list. He's right here. Look. He's right there. Look. George Clooney. You guys are saying S tier. I kind of want to. Screw away to. You're not allowed to vote on this, Screw away to. It's the first funny Batman, like Lego Batman before Lego Batman. That's true. He did bang Catwoman. I'll give him S tier. I'll give him S tier, but I'm going to give him S tier because he smashed. Okay? Because I will say this. Adam West's Batman was getting it, dude. Okay? He was getting it. He was slanging pipe. He was slanging pipe. Okay? So we'll give Adam West S tier. I'll give it to him. Okay? And he did do a good job as Bruce Wayne. I do like his Bruce Wayne. I like that, you know, I wouldn't say there's a major distinction between the two characters, but I do like that he does try to maintain a secret identity. I dug that. So Julie Newmar, yeah. S tier. Yeah. He banged Eartha Kitt. I would too, man. All right, next one up. We got Keaton's Batman. Okay? Keaton's Batman, I think, is S tier. I love the Batman portrayal. I like the cowl. I like the turn head cowl. Like, I love the way the costume looks. The yellow insignia. I dig it. I dig the Batmobile. I dig that he uses gadgets. I love that. I love his fighting style. They actually show him using karate and like palm heel strikes and shit. Having rewatched this movie recently, I understand the criticisms behind Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne. I get it. I do understand the criticisms behind his Bruce Wayne. And remember, we're ranking both Bruce and Batman together and coming up with a consensus on this as both. Okay? A lot of people are saying S. Beer Zoopsy Poopsy says Batman animated series should be on here. Well, it's an S. There's no way. Like, Kevin Conroy is an S tier Batman. Adam West wasn't laying pipe. He was docking. Maybe he's doing both. YMS Sasquatch for 5 says Leighton Gay. Meek, what is this? You couldn't get everyone together for an epic verse? There was no epic verse tonight. Josiah's on paternity leave. I'll say this. I think Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne is an A. Michael Keaton's Batman is an S. And I think for the sake of this tier list, I will only allow, like, unless they're both S, they won't go into S category. They'll just go into A. So I will give Michael Keaton's Batman and Bruce Wayne together an A. I think that that's a fair ranking for them. I still really like his Batman, though. His Batman is fucking rad, dude. All right. Then we have Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer as Batman. I'm going to be totally real with y'all. I'm going to be completely honest. I think Val Kilmer is an S tier Batman. I think Val Kilmer is an S tier Batman, and I think he's an S tier Bruce Wayne. I think the nipples are the problem. I think Joel Schumacher's the problem, not Val Kilmer. I think he's a good Bruce Wayne. I love that they dive into his psyche a little bit. Okay. I think that they actually, the fact that they try to do and make some like jokes like with the camp stuff, like holy rusted metal Batman. I think that's kind of funny. I think Val Kilmer does a great job. I think his Batman looks fucking cool. I like that he actually is like going toe to toe with the Riddler when it comes to like intellectual shit. I kind of dug all of that stuff, man. I think Val Kilmer, the movie itself did him no favors, but I think his portrayal is the least weak thing about the movie. The nipples are bad. Yes. The nipples are bad. Val sucked? I don't think Val sucked at all, dude. I think Kilmer did a great job. And we got what's her name is Chase Meridian. I can't remember her name now at the top of my head. Nicole Kidman. He smashed Nicole Kidman in this movie, man. A lot of people saying C tier. I can't give it C tier. I'm going to be honest. This is my fucking list. I think Val Kilmer's an S tier Batman. I'm going to say it. I think he's an S tier Batman. I think he's a very good Batman. I think the movie around him was bad. His Batman isn't nearly as cool or menacing. Yeah, but they were kind of going for a blend of the cheesy. Like, he's the perfect blend of these two of Keaton's Batman and Adam West's Batman. He uses a lot more gadgets. Sorry, dude. If Kilmer goes in S tier, Keaton's got to go up there. No, I don't know. Keaton's Bruce Wayne is an A. I got to give it to him. I'm giving him an S tier. I think Val's I can see the argument for his Batman being an A tier, though, man. I can't give him a C. There's no fucking way I can give him a C. Absolutely not. You know what? The nipples are too much. I'll put him in A. These guys have opposite problems. Keaton's Batman is S tier. His Bruce Wayne is maybe A. Kilmer's Bruce Wayne to me is an S tier. I think he's a phenomenal Bruce Wayne, but his Batman, the nipples, the butt shots, I can't do it. I can't do it. Val is not better than Keaton? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Val Kilmer does a much better job as Bruce Wayne than Keaton does. See, we're suppressing votes in this election? We're not suppressing votes. Listen, if you don't like where I rank in something, you know what to do. I can be bought. I still have to put Wesley Snipes on the list. Please remind me to put Wesley Snipes on the list at the end. The Bat credit card. That's not him. The Bat credit card is actually George Clooney. The nipples are not his fault, but they're still on that Batman. They're still on the suit. I can't give it to him. I can't give it to him because of the nipples. Keaton's... Angie Blanket for 5 says, Keaton's Batman is S+ just on nostalgia alone. I can be bought. I'm going to move him up there. Mika's on drugs? No. He doesn't act different enough as Batman than when he's Bruce. That's why I'm giving his Bruce an A. Or I mean his Batman an A. I think his Bruce Wayne is an S tier. All right, let's do it. George Clooney. Boy, oh boy, George Clooney. I think we all know where that's going. The Bat credit card. Him sharing Uma Thurman. I'm on the list right now. I'll just put myself in S+ right now. We already know. I'll put myself at the very top of the list there because we already know. Mickey Bat, another level. Hey, thank you for the subscription. George Clooney's Batman is fucking terrible. It's the worst. I can't take him off the list because he was Batman. That Batman is fucking terrible, dude. The nipples, the Bat credit card, and then when he's out of the suit, he just kind of looks like he doesn't want to be there. Clooney's Batman is exceptional. Camp? No, I can't do it. He's so fucking bad. Hey, X-Ray Girl, thank you for the raid. Shout out to X-Ray Girl. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. X-Ray Girl. She was playing 5 Hearts Under One Roof 2, I believe. I can't play that game because it's going to become a real problem. C for Clooney? I can't do that. I can't give him a C. He's so bad. He uses a Bat credit card. He uses a Batman credit card. Maids. There was no maids in those movies either. That's actually a real problem. X-Ray Girl. Glennathan for 5. Bale's an A as well. Really good Bruce. Not as good Batman. Interesting. Well, we'll get into that one. I'll move it though. Is Epic Verse already done? We didn't do an Epic Verse raid today. Josiah's on paternity leave. Clooney was the worst. I cannot give him a C. Best part of the movie is Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy. I would agree with that too. Uma Thurman's Poison Ivy was a real problem. Wyoming Sasquatch for 20 says, okay, controversial take. Will Arnett is the best Batman. 2017 Lego Batman movie is S+ tier. Lego Batman is very, very good. I agree with that, actually. I don't think that's a controversial take at all. I think Will Arnett as Lego Batman is great. Legitimately, I think he did a great job as Batman. I think they encapsulated Batman for kids, but also still keeping what we like about Batman as a character there. No, he's great. Andrew Fraser Jr. for 199 says James Gunn's favorite Batman. That's probably accurate. I will concede. How much for S tier Clooney? Oh, I don't fucking know. S tier Clooney? It's taking a lot to move him up to D. I'll give Clooney a D. I'll move him out of F and I'll give him a D. Not the D, a D. Not The D. I'm not. That's not what I meant.
Why are you gay?
Get your hand off my penis!
Again, where's Kevin Conroy? He's not on the list. These are live action, and I'm not putting him on there because that Supergirl cameo doesn't count. The Supergirl cameo doesn't count because he wasn't actually in the bat suit. He was in like a weird like exoskeleton suit that didn't look like Batman. Chat says $500 to make George Clooney S tier. Mike is compromised. I'm not compromised. $10 million. I don't want, no. I'd do it for way less than that. Clooney to S tier, I'd do it for $100. I'll do it for $100. Come on. Clooney is hot. Put him at least C. No, I'm not. I'm not giving Clooney a C. There's no fucking way. It can't happen. I can't do it. I can't do it. Andrew Fraser Jr. for 1 to 9 says, Mike, get that bat card in F tier now. Bat card? Bat Masad got to Mike. He's gonna pay for it with his bat credit card. What the fuck are we saying, dude? I gotta. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up some of these. I'm gonna pull up the Batman suits. All right, we're gonna pull up some of the bat suits so that we can actually like get a good look at them, like a full look at them in their suits. Okay, because I think that that's important. Okay, what is Mike Lowry? Mike Lowry Batman. There we go. Easiest on the F list, especially for the ladies. It was not Supergirl, it was Batwoman. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. It was Batwoman. That's even fucking worse. Get Clooney back in F. All right. What do you think the Bat credit score is? He probably has a perfect credit score. All right. Let's move him down here. Let's move him over here. Look. All right. Clooney's Batman is bad. Okay? I'm going to be honest, this suit is not very good. The more you look at it, the worse it gets. Even the way that the eye holes like on it look, it's just bad. Robert Lowry, I think his name is Mike Lowry. I think it's Mike Lowry. Agent Mike Lowry is Will Smith in Bad Boys. That's cool that he has the same name as the guy who played Batman. Shitty Robin too, yeah. Yeah, the more you look at the suit, the worse it gets too. Like the cowl is bad. The muscles on it are bad. It's just not a good suit. Imagine Batman with credit card debt. Yeah. Clooney just sucks in general. His attitude hasn't aged well either. So yeah, Clooney's Batman is bad. I think this kind of cemented him in F tier again. This is Mike Lowry's Batman. What's up, Mike Lowry? Shout out to Bad Boys. Okay. This is I actually think this costume's kind of rad. I'm not gonna lie. I think they did a good job with it. Like it feels like they tried a little bit with it, especially for like back of the day. It's pretty rad costume. We've seen worse. I think this is better than Clooney's costume. Feels like they actually tried more. He has a boner. Okay, you know what? Chat, if you're not going to take this seriously. We're moving on to the next Batman. All right, Christian Bale. Christian Bale's Batman. Christian Bale's Batman? I think Christian Bale's Batman. I think his Bruce Wayne is really good. I think his Bruce Wayne is actually very good. We don't get enough time with him in the Bruce persona, but what we hear about the Bruce persona is good. I actually like his Batman too. But the weird thing about the weird thing about Bale's Batman, this is why I think it's hard to categorize it, is because his bat suit and the way he portrays Batman in Batman Begins and then the way he portrays him in The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises are very different portrayals. I see Clooney say he keeps the suit on his wall in his office to remind him not to take such another bad role. I would respect that. So you got the inspiration from Batmeek from Mike Lowry. Thank you, Charles Levan. I'm glad you understand. It's got to be ARS. It's got to be ARS. It's one of the two. I'm not wearing hockey pads.
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
His Bruce is very good, but we don't see his Bruce. We mostly hear about his Bruce Wayne. We know that that's how people perceive him, as a party boy. One of the best looks at him we get is when he's in the restaurant talking with Harvey Dent and Rachel. In Batman Begins, we see him when he's hanging out at the hotel with the girls, and he's like in the pool like area or whatever, like in the fountain area and stuff. So we know that that's what people think. They think he's goofy. They think he's dumb. They think he's a party boy. So we actually get a reputation behind Bruce that would make sense why they're different. These are bad movies. Nolan's worst while Tenet is his best. Screw Waiter, that's fucking wild. I know that's rage bait if I've ever seen it before. You can't tell me that that's not rage bait. You can't tell me that that's not rage bait. But his Batman from Batman Begins to The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises are very different. And I do think that that actually hurts him in the long run. A lot of people say his fight scenes are bad. I don't think his fight scenes are bad. Andrew Fraser Jr. sit for 199 says Batman Begins, he's an S. Dark Knight and Rises, he's an A. I agree with that. I actually agree with that take most. Christopher Peake says Bale is C tier at best. I don't think he's C tier. Alicia Silverstone would have been a better Batman. That's wild. His Batman in The Dark Knight is not a great Batman. His Bruce Wayne, I think, is consistently good across the board. I think we get to see Bruce Wayne, the public persona, Bruce Wayne, the man, who's secretly also Batman, and then Batman. Rises, the fight scenes are bad. Yes, that is true. The fight scenes in Rises are bad. The fight scenes in Batman Begins and then in Dark Knight are not that bad. The choreography in those movies is not that bad. I think he's great at the party when he insults the guests to get rid of them. Yes. He's like, you sycophants, he's like, get out. Yeah. I think I would even go as far to say that Bale's Batman in The Dark Knight might be a B tier. I'm going to put Bale in A. I think Bale goes in A. I think that's the best spot for him. I think Bale goes in A. I don't think he deserves S tier. I don't think he's as bad as B tier, because in Batman Begins, he's an S tier Batman too. Justin Martins for 10 says, imagine you had no prior knowledge of any Batman casting. Which actor, living or dead, would be the best Batman casting? That's a really good question. To learn to pull our pants back up. Henry Cavill. People are saying Henry Cavill. I don't know that I could see. Actually, I'm gonna be honest. I think Armie Hammer would have been my dream casting for that role. I think Armie Hammer could have done it. I know he wants to eat people or whatever. That was the rumor that he likes to eat people or whatever. I think that was more of a joke. But anyways, I think Armie Hammer would have been my choice for that role. Joe Manganiello is a good one too. He could have been a sleeper pick. Joe Manganiello could have been a sleeper pick for a young Batman. Even with the cannibalism, we're trying to look past that, okay? We're trying to look past the fact that he eats people. Let's not talk about the fact that he eats people. We're talking about just purely on casting. And yes, you were right. Armie Hammer was supposed to play Batman in the Justice League movie that never got off the ground. We're ignoring that he ate people, okay? What was his name that played young Magneto? He could have been good. Oh, Michael Fassbender. I don't know. Maybe he has the look for it. I don't know if he has the chops to play Bruce Wayne. Army Hammer could absolutely split the difference between like serious and gritty Batman and Playboy Bruce Wayne. A lot of people say John Hamm. I don't think John Hamm would have actually made a good Batman, in my personal opinion. I think he has the look. I don't think he has the acting chops for it. I think Army Hammer absolutely could have done that. And I do agree Bruce Wayne being American born should be a priority. Army Hammer in real life belongs in Arkham, yes, but you're asking for dream casting. He would have been a good one. I think he would have been a really good one. Michael Fassbender could have pulled off the Batman part of it. I don't know if he could have been a good Bruce. I would have been interested because of his accent and stuff. Scott Adkins, maybe. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad one. Robert Pattinson, no. John Hamm is a great actor. I absolutely agree. I don't think John Hamm would have made a good Batman. John Hamm would have been a great Harvey Dent. I think John Hamm would have been an excellent Harvey Dent. Carl Urban as Batman. Carl Urban could have probably pulled off Batman, but I don't know about Bruce Wayne. Man, that's a really good question, though. Huge jacked man Batman. I don't know about huge jacked man. I think John Hamm would have killed it as Harvey Dent. That's a really, I'm just trying to think like down the list of other people, other actors I can think of that could have pulled that off. Because I'm also like, when I think about Batman from like when I think of Batman from a casting role, like dream casting role, it's whoever can embody the animated series Batman the best. Because to me, that's the quintessential version of Batman. That's like a quintessential version of Batman. And I just don't know. There's a lot of actors I think could do a decent job, but I don't think many people could nail that level of like expertise as Batman. That guy from Yellowstone? Which guy? Oh, Brandon Sklenar or whatever. Yes, I think I actually said that he would have been a really good one too. Jensen Ackles could have pulled it off. Yeah. He's too old now, but I'm thinking about, yes, younger Jensen Ackles. He could have pulled off Batman. He would have been a good one. He would have been a good Batman. I actually agree with that one. That's pretty solid casting. Young Kurt Russell could have done it. A young Kurt Russell could have done Batman. It would have been like a more cheesy version of Batman, I think. But yeah. Alec Baldwin could have done it. He did The Shadow. I think he did a decent enough job as in The Shadow. He's the guy from Supernatural. Yeah, he is. All right, we're going back to the tier list now. We got a couple more. Two more. Josh Hartnett, he's hot. Would have been a great Bruce Wayne. Josh Hartnett could have pulled off Bruce Wayne. I don't know about Batman, though. I don't know if he could have pulled off Batman. Ben Affleck's Batman. Says Sean Lossage. Alec Baldwin, but Batman doesn't kill. Well, this is the version of Batman that has a gun. B tier, A tier, Affleck S, A. I know where this is going, says Glenathan. C. Peter Weller would have killed it in live action. Yeah, Peter Weller could have done a good job, actually. And he did. He voiced the Dark Knight Returns. Screwwader says no. A for Affleck, S or A. Darker Batman, Affleck is the closest to the comics. I never got the hype. Affleck stinks, says Sissy. A. I'm between B and A. I think some of you guys already know where I'm putting this guy. I think Ben Affleck is the best casting that we have ever gotten as Batman. for live action, not Kevin Conroy. Kevin Conroy is the perfect Batman. He for his role, his voice, and the animated series and Arkham series Batman. Arkham series, animated series Batman is a quintessential Batman. I think for live action Batman castings, Ben Affleck is the best casting we've ever gotten for both Bruce and Batman across the board. His portrayal of Batman, the moments when he's in the party where he pretends to be drunk while he's starting to investigate things, his interactions with Clark Kent, his interaction with Jesse Eisenberg, him, at that, the fact that it's not weird to see Bruce Wayne at some like underground fucking bare knuckle brawling event because Bruce Wayne has that kind of a reputation and his Batman is fucking stellar. And you can't tell me he doesn't look stellar. The worst we've ever seen of Bruce Wayne's Ben Affleck's Batman is the Flash movie because that costume is goofy as fuck. I gotta watch back BVS because there ain't no way. There's absolutely a way. You were so incredibly out of your mind. Nah, fam. Glenathan for 2 says, I don't agree, but respect. Guys, I'm telling you right now, you don't fucking understand, okay? And it's not just the warehouse fight. The warehouse fight's a big one, okay? Hold on, let me see if I can find some stills of this. Guys, this is the best Batman we've ever gotten. I'm not a fucking robot, Brave. They're like, you're looking up a lot of weird stuff. Are you a robot? I'm like, no. I'm not a fucking robot. Ben Affleck's Batman is top tier. And I knew when we got here, people were going to be mad about this. You're going to be even more mad about the next one, though. There are shots of him as Batman that are so fucking good. It kind of defies like fucking logic to me. There are shots of him as Batman that make no fucking sense to look this good. Imba Frankers says, for 5, says, would you be willing to bump Batfleck down to B for about 350? I can't do that. I'm sorry. I got to stand on this hill. Andrew Fraser 199 says, BVS came out when I was 12. I'll watch it again. Andrew Fraser 199 says, Mike, but S tier, really? Yes. Batfleck sold it in Man of Steel when Zod and Supes were destroying Metropolis. He was running into the smoke and danger and everything Robert Pattinson never was. 100%. That moment of him running into the fucking rubble when everybody's running out is so good, dude. These fucking shots of him as Batman, like, this is the very first shot we ever got of him as Batman. You cannot tell me. You couldn't tell me. You could try to mind control me and I wouldn't believe you. That this isn't phenomenal. Look at this fucking shot, dude. Miss me with this one? Nah, fam. You gotta hear it. All right? Even this. Even shots like this. Like, that's a fucking hard shot, man. Stiff? What are you talking about? No fucking way. And then Snyder's been sharing like other shots that he had. Like, look at this shot, dude. Look at this fucking shot, bro. Horrors for 10. Batfleck, if Batfleck's so good, how come he wasn't able to stop that guy in London who pulled a fake gun on a fast food chicken worker who gave him burger sauce instead of garlic mayo? Clearly B at best. That's wild. Dude. I'm not seeing it. I'll find one. I'll fucking prove it to you. I wish I can't show shots from the movie. Like, I can't show scenes from the movie because I know, like, they'll freak out really bad about it. But, like, the fucking warehouse scene alone. The warehouse scene, You have the scene when he's breaking into LexCorp and they show him on the cameras. They show him when he's like up again, when the cop finds him hiding in the corner. I'm like, Mike, I don't find men attractive. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Let me see if I can, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. I'm going to go find a couple videos of Batfleck because I know that I'm going to get, I don't care if I'm going to get in trouble for it. I don't fucking care. Okay? I don't care if I'm going to get shit for it. All right? And I'm going to be honest, the canceled Batman movie, the canceled Batman film that we missed out on, I think is unfortunately would have been the best film we would have ever gotten for Batman ever. I think that would have been the best thing that we'd ever gotten from Batman. That would have been the best Batman, live action Batman ever. Jake Gyllenhaal's Batman, get the fuck out of here. I would actively avoid going to see a film with Jake. Holy shit, what is going on here? I fucking hate YouTube sometimes. There we go. Okay. I would not go see a movie with Jake Gyllenhaal as Batman. I wouldn't do it. Miki can't stand up for another reason now. Well, also because I'm wearing boxes right now. I don't like Batman vs Superman, but I was excited to see him solo. Dude, if you add Snyder cutscenes where you can clearly tell Affleck hadn't been working out, I think you're thinking about the Joss Whedon cut. Because in the Joss Whedon cut, yes, there's a distinct difference between Batman. I can't pull those up. I'm going to get in trouble. I already know I'll get claimed because I'm probably already going to get claimed for most of the stream today. All right, and then we got the last one, and we do got to talk about this. Okay, we gotta give it to him. Man, oh man, if you guys are mad at me about my Batfleck take, you're gonna really be pissed about this one. Harbinger for 199 says mute the sound and give commentary on it. I wish I could. I even with that, I don't think it's gonna work. The problem is like the AI like claims now, they'll go with anything. Gonna watch the movie In the Gray. It's a Henry Cavill movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. I mean, maybe I'll check it out. A lot of people are mad at me about this. What the fuck is wrong with Jake Gyllenhaal? I just don't like him. I just don't like him. Zendaya is Batman. That would be bad, actually. Robert Pattinson's Batman. I'm going to give you guys a second to tell me what you guys think of Robert Pattinson's Batman. I kind of already have a pretty strong vibe of what you guys are going to say. But I want to see what people are saying, okay? While I continue to glaze Ben Affleck's Batman because he's the best live action Batman. Okay, we're seeing F, we're seeing C, we're seeing B, A, C, B, C, D, C, Pat's is F, B, D, C, lot of those. You know what I think's a screw weight. I do know what you think. C for Carpet Tucker, probably F. I do not think Robert Pattinson's Batman is an F. His Bruce Wayne is an F. Robert Pattinson's Bruce Wayne is the worst Bruce Wayne we have ever gotten. Ever. It's not even close. He's a terrible fucking Bruce Wayne. He's a terrible Bruce Wayne. Even at year 2 Bruce Wayne, he's terrible. He's cruel to Alfred. He's like a fucking emo, drug addict, alcoholic bum when he walks around the streets. His fucking hair and shit. He barely wipes the makeup out of his eyes when he's out in public walking around. He's wearing like shitty, old, ill-fitting suits. He looks like he's strung out on meth and ketamine. He's fucking terrible as Bruce Wayne. The worst Bruce Wayne ever. He's worse than Clooney as Bruce Wayne. George Clooney is a better Bruce Wayne than Pattinson's Batman. But I think his Batman portrayal is okay. I think his Batman is okay. Okay, not good. Okay. There are moments of brilliance with his Batman, especially in the opening. That opening scene. Here's the thing. I have to give them credit where credit is due. The opening sequence where he's walking through the hallway and the cops are looking at him and he's walking around the crime scene is a fucking great scene. It's shot extremely well. It's done extremely well. It looks cool as fuck. I'm like, yo, this is rad, dude. Him doing the all of that, but he after that, the movie doesn't know what to do with him, and it doesn't know how to portray him as a detective or as a vulnerable man in a suit. He becomes like this unstoppable juggernaut that can do whatever he wants. A lot of people are like, well, this is year 2 Batman, so he's a little bit tankier, he's a little bit more brutal. If he can stand in a hallway, he does have great music. The music is phenomenal in that. If Pattinson can stand in a hallway and tank machine gun fire at point blank fucking range with his suit at year 2, Batman at year 5 is unkillable. Because Batman is a progression. Batman doesn't get weaker. He gets weak when he gets old, but Batman as a progression from year 1 to year 5 to like year 8 or 9 or 10 Batman, he just gets better. His suits get more iconic. They get more streamlined. The tech gets better. If Pattinson literally can tank gunfire, he can take high caliber rifle fire from less than 30 yards away and take and barely flinch. He can get shot directly at point blank range with both barrels from a double-barreled shotgun. And he gets a concussion at best. At year 5, he'll be unkillable. You can't do anything to him. I think Pattinson's Batman is a D. So Mike is deleting his channel after this nonsense? Screw away, dude. You would miss me if I deleted my channel. You would miss me if I deleted my channel. Here's the thing. His Batman, and I think this is actually the reason we haven't got a sequel, is because the question is, where do you go with this character now? Where do you go with this character now? You know, we've already done the symbol now. He's a symbol. I realize I'm a symbol. I have to be more than just a man fighting the criminal element in this city. I have to be a symbol of hope for people. Where do you go with him? And we're hearing now, the rumors are that we're not going to see Pattinson in the suit much in this next Batman film. That it's a very different Batman film. That we're not going to get a lot of him in the suit. That we're not going to get a lot of Pattinson doing Batman things. And my concern is this. Normally, with a movie like this, the studios need it to be a big win. The studio needs a big win with Batman. They need it to make a shit ton of money. They need it to justify itself. But we already know that what's happening right now is that James Gunn is pushing for his version of Batman. Whether he gets to do that or not with this merger coming up, I don't know. But James Gunn is planning for his Batman, his Brave and the Bold Batman, his version of what Batman is going to be. So, if Matt Reeves hands a script to James Gunn, and in the script you barely see Pattinson as Batman. Maybe he's Batman for like 5 minutes of the movie, and the rest of it is him as Bruce Wayne and working through fighting whoever the villain is in this, because we don't know who the villain is either right now. If that's what we're dealing with and that's what we're going with, and everybody's talking about how good the script is, I think we're not going to get a lot of Batman. And I think that the issue here is that James Gunn doesn't care that we're not going to get a lot of Batman. They're not going to go make him reshoot the film. They're not going to make him add in more Batman sequences. A lot of people do not realize this, but if you go watch the Batman, if you're a fan of that film and you've watched it recently, or if you do go back and watch it again, that entire sequence in the arena where he's fighting all the guys on the walkways, that's all reshoots. It's all reshoots. Hey, Amber Frankers, have a good night, man. Have a good time with your friends. It's all reshoots. That's why the screen, it looks so green screen in the background. That's why there's so much smoke when he drops out of the skylight and everything, and why the action looks so fast, because they sped it up slightly so that it looked like it had more impact. Because there wasn't enough action. They're going to go Court of Owls. I think you're right, Sean. I actually do think I think that that's what they're going to do as well. I think they're going to go Court of Owls as well because of the Batman that they're adapting, the version of him where like his dad was kind of corrupt and a criminal and was like just as corrupt as the other people and just as responsible. But my thing is this, I think he's going to be trying to infiltrate the Court of Owls, and I think there's going to be a ton of dialogue. I think there's going to be a ton of human interaction and very little Batman. What we'll likely get a handful of when he's not Bruce is we'll get a handful of like emo Batman where he's like wearing the ninja mask and the eye black and like maybe a hood and he's going around and stuff like that. We'll get like a ninja version of Batman, but we're not going to get him in the full suit very much. That's my opinion. That's the rumor, is that we're not going to get a lot of him in the suit, that was Matt Reeves' decision and choice in the matter. And originally when they didn't know whether or not his Batman was going to carry over to James Gunn's world, they were concerned about having more action, but now that they don't have to, it's not as big of a deal. If he says Batman in the Bahar or La Rata, it's fucking wild, dude. That whole sequence reminded me of GTA Vice City. We have to rescue Phil Collins for the catwalk above the concert. That's actually pretty great, dude. I kind of dig that. That's funny. Court of Owls is the only major comic villain they haven't done in live action yet. Yeah, I think they briefly touched on it in Gotham. I think the Court of Owls is in Gotham for a brief moment, but I agree with you. I think that that's the next thing. So, Lay Positive Taquito says, "Do you read your chat?" I'm like, Beardo, I do. So this is my list. Thank you guys. I know you guys were mad at me. I appreciate you guys being willing. I was hoping for Mr. Freeze. I don't think we're gonna get a Mr. Freeze. I think we'll get Mr. Freeze with James Gunn if he stays on, but we're not gonna get a Mr. Freeze with Matt Reeves. I think it would have been cool if we had. What is Alicia Silverstone been up to lately? You know, she did something recently, but I don't remember what it was. Quick question: what are the Court of Owls? They're like a group of like elites within Gotham who like are running things. They're like the Illuminati for Gotham. Nah, Meek, this is a banger list. Well, thank you. I would love Meek put Clooney and C can't be lower than Pattinson. I got somebody gave me money to put him in F again, guys. Blade is better than Batman. Oh, I do got to add Blade to the list. Hold on, let me add Blade to the list for you guys. This is it's one of those things that we always have to do. We got to make sure Blade gets on the list. Where is Blade? Blade, where are you, Blade? Blade. There he is. This is a terrible, like, the list is really poorly formatted. We'll put Blade in S tier. Meeky, Bat Meek, and Blade are in S tier. Okay? That's my list. So go back again. George Clooney in F. Mike Lowry in C. Rebel Wilson in D. Pattinson in D. Kilmer and Bale both in A. Batmeek S tier. Batfleck S tier. Keaton S tier. West S tier. Blade S tier. Army's Aspire for 2 says, a bat makes a cave a home. Wild. Mike should look at this list from time to time and really think about what he did here tonight. I wouldn't change it for the world. You couldn't make me change my opinion on this. James Gunn's Mr. Freeze would just be a dude who gets off putting ice on his scrot. Yeah. He would be a big fucking joke. That's actually kind of accurate. The Batman Part 2 already sounds bad. Yeah, well, they're getting ready to shoot it in June. Why I don't get it? Why Blade? He just became like a kind of a Just became like a part of the tier list, man. Oh my goodness. I am that law. Just dropped 5 gifted memberships. All right, wait. I muted myself. Hold on. Let me unmute myself. Hey, shout out to I am that law. Thank you for the gifties. Thank you. Appreciate it. Batfleck S tier is pure insanity. Nah, man, he's a good Batman, dude. I know I'm not saying the movies were good. I'm saying he was a good Batman. He's a good Bruce Wayne. One of the best balances between that character I think we've gotten. Thank you again, I am Vatlaw. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I think it's one of the best balances of that character that we've gotten so far. When it comes to Batman, personally, I don't think that there's been a better version of that character as far as live action is concerned. But I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, you know, when it comes to the best version, the most definitive version of Batman, it's Kevin Conroy. The animated series Batman, Arkham Batman, who are kind of synonymous with each other. That is the best version of Batman we've ever gotten. It's phenomenal. It's untouchable. There's nothing better out there. Like it's the best, hands down, without question. Charles Devane says, Epic Mike, what do you prefer? Matt Reeves continue his Batman universe or James Gunn takes over Batman? If I had to pick one of the two, I'd actually rather just see James Gunn's Batman. If we could have erased, if James Gunn took over, he goes, we need Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman right now. Fire Matt Reeves, say you're not getting your sequel. Sorry, pal, you took too fucking long. Put the cut. What was the result of the poll? You guys would rather be called minions. So you guys are minions now. You'd rank Arkham and the animated series differently. What would you rank the two? Mike should have ranked Arkham City as Batman. That's pretty good, actually. But hey, thank you, Historic Entertainment. If I was to have my druthers about it, I would rather see what James Gunn does with Batman over watching Matt Reeves continue. If Matt Reeves had a plan, he would have had he should have had a script ready to go. There's no excuse for somebody. Like, it's one thing if you don't expect it. I could understand if he didn't expect to get a sequel to Batman. He wrote it, he made it, he goes, I just want to make a Batman film. I didn't expect to do a sequel, or I wasn't planning on it. But he told everybody that he had a treatment for this, that he was ready to go. He knew what he wanted to do with all of this stuff. And the fact that he didn't have a script ready to go says to me he doesn't know what he wants to do with the character. Turd says, I need inspiration for the next thumbnail. Anyone got ideas? Batmeek. But I'm not excited for either of them. I don't think either of them are going to be good. I think the Batman 2 is going to be... I think the Batman 2 is going to be the most divisive Batman film we've ever gotten. I think it's going to be the most divisive Batman film we've ever gotten. I think people that are a big fan of the Batman are going to enjoy it for what it is. I think Batman purists are going to hate it, fully hate it. I think they're going to despise it. I think that critics are going to like it. I think a lot of casual moviegoers that are like, I think fans of cinema will enjoy it for what it is, but Batman fans are not going to like it. Even after the Penguin show? Yes, even after the Penguin show. Penguin show's great. It doesn't... Here's the thing. The Penguin show does not elevate... The Penguin show does not elevate Matt Reeves' movie. The Penguin show elevates the character that was in the Matt Reeves film, and it elevates Gotham as a city and as a character, and the Gotham's underbelly, but none of those things have any bearing on Pattinson's Batman. As far as we know, things like Clayface doesn't tie into it. So this is an Elseworlds project. The story itself doesn't affect Batman at all. It has no bearing on Batman really at all. The only thing we might see happen is we might see what's her name? The one chick from Penguin who was like the Maroney chick. I think it was Maroney. We'll see. We might see her in the next film, and we're obviously going to get more Colin Farrell as the Penguin. But even with that, I don't think that's enough to make the movie decent. Sophia Falcone, thank you. She elevates me too. She's hot. But they don't. I'm between Bat Meek and Hot Dude for the thumbnail. Meek, make a poll. We don't have to do Hot Dude. We don't have to do Hot Dude. We don't have to do Hot Dude. You know, maybe I don't think that needs a poll. I don't think I'm gonna do one. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think we need to have a Hot Dude on there. I'd rather see Reeves than Gunn because so many people like Beardo think it's the best Batman. I want Reeves to put up or shut up. I mean, that's a fair argument. That's a fair argument. I just don't think it's worth it. I personally don't think it's worth it. Somebody asked me if I read my chat on my Beardo, and then I don't think they said anything else again, and I feel bad. Or if they said something, I totally missed it, and so they're probably like, fuck it. You don't read your chat either, this fucking guy. This son of a bitch. This black son of a bitch. I'm surprised Hot Dude isn't in this chat. Are you hiding him, Meek? No, I haven't. Hot Dude doesn't follow me over here. Sometimes he does. Normally he's busy. It sucks that Zoe Kravitz Catwoman like Gotham in the Batman. I didn't like her mask, but she's attractive. Yeah, well, she didn't come back because they probably didn't want her and Pattinson having sex on the Batmobile again. They probably were like, yo, you can't keep having sex with her on the Batmobile. Please stop. So, you know, it's the little things out here, you know? This is a democracy, not a democracy. Chat only gets a voice and vote when Meek lets us authoritarian activities. That's true. It's the Meek Fiat Republic is run solely by me. If 2 got canceled by Gunn, everyone would say 2 would have been the best, only if Reeves was allowed to make it. Oh, yeah, they would. I agree with you. And I think that that's why he let him do it. I think James Gunn realized that it's going to take a ton of pressure off him with his treatment of Batman to let Matt Reeves make whatever he's going to make. I also think that he knows that this is going to be a controversy. This is not, I'm not kidding. This is not me just trying to speculate. This is what I actually legitimately think happened. I think that when James Gunn saw the treatment for Matt Reeves' Batman, he realized it was going to be controversial. He realized it was going to split the fan base, and I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He's going to let Matt Reeves come out with this. It's going to keep the Batman fans happy for a little bit while he works on his Batman and cooks on his Batman stuff, and then it's going to come out. It's going to split the fan base right down the middle, and he's going to give Batman fans something closer and more akin to what they want. And because they're going to be so mad about Matt Reeves' Batman and frustrated about Matt Reeves' Batman, they're going to praise his Batman just like they did Superman. Mike, are you serious or joking about sex in the Batmobile? It's all alleged, man. I can't say that anything for sure happened, but Pattinson was known. He kept getting caught with his vape on his suit and vaping in the suit, and they kept asking him to stop doing it. There's a lot of other problems. He kept showing up to set, not working out. You know, showed up overweight during one of the filmings of it. So, Mike, if you create the poll and Hot Dude wins, I won't put you in the white wedding dress. If you don't, my hand is forced. I hate it here. I understand Matt Reeves was okay at best, but why do you dislike it so much? Pattinson was okay and the movie was all right, but your hatred seems personal. No, I think it's a bad movie. I actually think it's a bad movie. Like, I'm not. I want to say this because I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from. I think it's a bad movie. I think the very beginning of it is good. Hey, Sevi, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well, Sevi. We're talking about Batman. I think the opening of that film is good. I think the opening of it is very good. It's very atmospheric. I think Gotham is very well done. I love the noir setting of it. I love the vibe of Gotham in that film. Those are all things that I think are handled very well. I think Pattinson's look is mostly good. I think the idea of the world's greatest detective is a great concept, but I think in execution, it's really bad. I think there's a lot of bad stuff in it. I think they intentionally... One of the things you have to do with a mystery, if you want to set up a story about the world's greatest detective, you have to set up... let me see here. What are we at? Oh my gosh! Batmeek is running away with it! Oh my gosh! Chat, I always knew I liked you guys. Oh, hot diggity damn, you guys are coming through for me. When we get to 100 votes, I'll call it. Please vote in the poll for Batmeek, please. I think if you're going to do a mystery, if you're going to do something with the world's greatest detective, then you need to do something akin to a mystery. You need to do a Seven or The Usual Suspects or something. You need to do something that shows that your take on Batman and what's special about your Batman is how intelligent he is, his intellectual prowess. Okay, and you can have this. You want to do like a gritty detective noir, then you need to also make Batman vulnerable. That's the payoff. Is you have to make Batman physically and emotionally vulnerable to things because his intelligence is his greatest weapon. And we don't see that a lot in this film. We see it at the very beginning for a very little bit, but there are a lot of convenient, really easily solvable problems that Batfleck runs into that he doesn't bother to take the time to solve, that makes it come across as lazy. That's the problem. It comes across as lazy. And when he's confronting Penguin about something and he's in Penguin's face and he's yelling at him and threatening him, and then he goes, El Rata. And he goes, El, don't you learn your Spanish? It's La Rata. And that uncovers a massive portion of the mystery because Batman didn't stop to think about and question the fact that La Rata makes more sense in Spanish. Like Bruce Wayne doesn't speak multiple languages. Batman is not going to learn multiple languages after he's Batman. The point was he put a bunch of work into... Oh, Battinson. Thank you. Sorry, I meant Battinson. He put work into and studied to become Batman. The things that he learns on the job are how to handle these super freaks and how to handle, hey, what's up, Golden Nuggets? And how to handle, the escalation of things and how to handle the mob and things like that. Being overwhelmed and having to fight, through greater odds and having people that truly challenge him intellectually. None of that happens in this movie. And then we get to a situation where he goes into the Riddler's place. They finally catch the Riddler, okay? And he goes to the Riddler's place and he's walking around investigating, and he barely moves anything around. He's had the carpet tucker the whole film. He doesn't really do anything with it. He just kind of goes, hey, he used this as a weapon. He doesn't think about the fact that, I've said this before, part of what makes Riddler an interesting bad guy, and part of what's funny about it, and part of what works with Batman is that they are intellectually challenged by each other. In Val Kilmer's movie, Batman Forever, with him and the way he engages with Jim Carrey's Riddler, they're two intellectuals who are having a battle of wits. The Riddler fancies himself the smartest man in the world, or the smartest man in the room at least, and then he meets Bruce Wayne, and Bruce Wayne embarrasses him in front of everybody because Bruce Wayne also is an intellectual who fancies himself the smartest guy in the room. Batman is directly responsible a lot of times for the escalations that happened around him because of his ego. And so when he goes against this version of the Riddler, it's not a battle of intellect. It's a battle of privilege. He's constantly reminding Batman how privileged Bruce Wayne is, how the privileged of the city don't understand the plight of the weak, how they don't understand the plight of the poor, how they don't understand what people are really going through. And that's Batman's greatest weakness in the film, is his fucking privilege. Keep that in contrast to Bale's Batman, who very early recognizes when he decides to become Batman, not when he becomes Batman, but understands that if he wants to understand the criminal element, he has to put himself in a situation where he has to understand why criminals do what they do. He puts himself into the situation where he doesn't have money and he has to steal to eat, and he has to understand why you would commit a crime to survive. And he does all of that so that he can understand the criminal element, understand why Joe Fisk would do what he did and why he would shoot his parents, so he can empathize with it and understand if what he's doing is truly justified or not. He goes on a crusade to combat criminals and discovers that the low guys, not Joe Fisk, Joe Chill. The guys like Joe Chill are just as much of a victim of circumstance as he was as a child. And so when he does that, it helps him understand that the bigger problem are the guys that are at the top of the top. When he realizes that, Carmine Falcone is a bigger problem and that needs to be taken down, he goes after the mob and he stops beating up Joe Chills and he beats up mob guys and goes after mob bosses and starts targeting the real criminals. And that's what causes the escalation in his world. That could have been the same thing that happens with Battinson. He could have said, hey, me being out here solving these crimes has driven someone else who thinks they're the smartest guy in the room to challenge me because they're entertained by my intellect. But we don't see that from him. So that's the biggest problem there. And because Batman is not physically in danger, because there's no physical danger posed to him, it removes the stakes. Because you're not watching a guy solve a really difficult crime and having to navigate being just a man that's driven and smart and has some gadgets and stuff up his sleeve. You're dealing with a guy who's essentially unkillable, who's not becoming more desperate as things go on. He kind of just remains the same guy throughout the film. The only thing he learns later is that he needs to stop being so emo about shit and keep doing the hero work, because he gets bored doing the hero work partway through the movie, doesn't really want to do it as much. He goes back through the same, there are 3 separate sequences. And when I pointed this out to people that liked this movie, they were shocked because they didn't think it was true. There are 3 separate sequences where he breaks into the Iceberg Lounge. Once as Bruce, once as the ninja, and then once as Batman. 3 separate times where you have to watch him break into the Iceberg Lounge and do things differently. And I think that was supposed to show his growth as a character, but it doesn't actually do that. It's supposed to show that Batman can't just go in guns blazing and do things. And that Bruce Wayne can't solve everything with money. That it has to be a blend of both, and he has to take care of the little person in order to get things done, because Catwoman confronting her father is what leads to him actually almost being arrested, even though he ends up getting killed. But there's supposed to be a lesson there of what Batman should be doing with his privilege and should be doing with his money. But Bruce already had that stuff figured out before he started doing Batman. The stuff Batman needs to learn is how to handle the escalation and how to handle dealing with bigger issues and handling the soul of Gotham and how to actually make things happen. And here's the thing too, a lot of people like that Batmobile sequence, and it is a very cool sequence. Don't get me wrong. It's a cool moment, but if you want to know something really surprising, Batman actually causes a lot of deaths in that moment. Hey, Glenathan, have a good night, man. Get some rest. Batman actually causes a lot of deaths in that sequence. Little people like Kata, yes, the little person, the little guy. I'm going to show you guys something. Let me see if I can pull this up. This is the chase sequence. See, this is what you're gonna see. What you're gonna see is what a lot of people see when they watch the Batmobile sequence. You remember the opening of it, okay? Pull this up. Okay, here we go. A lot of people remember this moment. They remember the opening sequence where it starts up. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. The Batmobile starts up and everybody's like, "Holy shit, what is that?" Where is it? Hold on, let me pull it up. Right here. This sequence, they remember this. They remember that, and a lot of people get really excited about it, and they think it's really cool. And then they remember this, which is a great shot, by the way. This is a great shot. That's what they remember. Great shots. Excellent sequences in the movie. You know what they don't remember? This moment right here, where he's chasing the Penguin through a highway, going the wrong way down the highway, and then causes a massive, huge car pileup that ends up blowing up a bunch of semi-trucks and killing half the people on the highway. They don't remember this part. Batman directly causes this accident, by the way. I want you to watch it again. Watch. Pay attention. Please pay attention to this. Batman directly causes this accident. Batman causes this accident. And then look what happens. Because he's so driven to get to the Joker, or get to the Penguin, all this stuff like that. You know, you see him running into shit. Okay? What happens to this? Look at this. Look at this massive car pileup. Look at this massive truck pileup. There are cars on the highway here. There are people on these cars. There are people in this truck, and they all blow up on the highway. Everyone in this moment, everyone in that moment is either maimed or killed instantly by a massive explosion caused by Batman driving down the highway. And one of the biggest defenses of this film, one of the biggest praises of this movie, is that Batman has the lowest kill count of any Batman, because he doesn't kill anybody. No, he doesn't directly kill anybody until you realize that he causes a massive fucking accident on the highway and kills whoever's in those trucks through his own negligence and through his own recklessness of chasing the Penguin down. This is supposed to be the best Batman that we've gotten. You guys want to hear something that's actually surprising about this? Because I actually I once ran this through. I ran this through Grok. I ran this through ChatGPT, asking them about the body counts, and it says it will tell you that Batman didn't kill anybody. And then when I brought up the highway sequence where he causes a massive car pileup and that people likely died, the fucking AI was even like, "Oh shit, I didn't think about that. You're right. That likely led to a lot of people dying." So even one of the biggest defenses of Pattinson's Batman was fucking wrong. Hunter says, am I original? Yeah. Am I the only one? Yeah. Am I sexual? Yeah. Anyways, I'm not going to sing the rest of that. Am I everything you need? You better rock your body now. Hot dude's back. All right. Fuck. I sang the rest of it. Batman always kills. Haven't you seen Batman Returns? I just want to point out, because that was a huge defense of this, is that Batman doesn't kill anybody. 94 votes were close enough. 59%. Oh, looks like Batman won. Batman won the roll. Batman won the poll. Yay! Now Turd has to do Batman, and he can't put me in a dress. He can't do me in a dress. Just because there's an explosion doesn't mean everyone there died. I didn't say everyone died. I said either maimed or died. Maimed or died. Darth Bane, we're going to look at this again. Watch it with me. Ready? Watch this. Watch Darth Bane. Watch. And listen, too. I'll even put on the sound for this one. Watch. You see the cars? Do you see that car there? Do you see that car? Watch. Watch, watch. Watch. Watch, watch. That car just got ran over by a semi-truck. That guy's probably dead. Okay. Another accident. Another accident. Another accident. Wait. Look. Look at that accident. You think these guys survived? You guys think these guys survived? You guys think the people in this tanker truck right here survived? You think the cars on the other side of this truck survived? You think the cars in front of this or the cars on the side of that survived? Accident doesn't mean dead. Baby on board, Batson rams him into the rear of the semi head on. It's fucking wild, dude. If you're seeing this, you're too close. Just fucking rams through the back of him. Oh shit, dude, I'm dying. That's wild. Burnt to a crisp means you're dead, though. Oh shit, dude. He caused a lot of deaths. And then by the end of the movie, if you actually count the fact that he didn't bother to do the checking of, like, I don't know, what a carpet tucker is, it has to be explained to it. It has to be explained to him what a carpet tucker is by a Mexican guy whose cousin, his poor blue-collar cousin, does carpets. That is what leads him to realize the big mystery. That's what leads him to realize the big mystery. He's like, oh, my cousin. Yeah, hey, that's a carpet tucker. And Batman goes, what? What's a carpet tucker? And he goes, yeah, my cousin, my blue-collared Mexican cousin. He lays carpets for a living. He uses this carpet tucker, huh? He uses this carpet tucker to tuck carpets. And he's like, wow, that's really odd that you would randomly tell me this information right now in this very moment when I'm standing on this carpet and can't figure out the mystery. He goes, yeah, I know. I don't know why I'm telling you this. I have no idea why I'm fucking bringing this up, but it's a carpet tucker. My cousin tucks carpets. I haven't talked to my cousin in 15 years, but he tucks carpets. And he goes, oh, okay. And then what does he do? He pulls up the fucking inconspicuous carpet in the middle of the fucking living room and discovers the whole mystery. Why I'm a Sasquatch for 2 says, Bat makes a truck. That's so fucking wild, dude. Bat makes the truck a coffin. Oh, fuck. Thank you for the 2. That's fucking wild, dude. Oh, shit. I'm dying. That's fucking good. Oh, fuck. Fuck, dude. Oh, man. It's fucking wild, dude. Oh, fuck. Let me see if I can find it here. Where he's like, the carpet tucker, huh? There we go. Officer Martinez. There's a guy that has a YouTube channel called #1 Officer Martinez Fan.
Oh, my uncle's up.
Oh, it's his uncle. Excuse me. Here we go. I know this is gonna get claimed. Fuck it. We're balls deep in this one now, y'all. Here, look.
Killing that shit with a friggin' carpet tool.
Look. Batman's like, I've got a flashlight. I'm looking around. I'm looking around this room. I'm looking around. I'm investigating this really shitty apartment. And then right here, randomly,
Killing that shit with a friggin' carpet tool.
we kill a person with a fucking carpet tool.
Oh, my uncle's up. He's an installer. Oh, it's oh, you know, it's a tucker.
My uncle, he my uncle. You know, he installs carpets. Huh? He installs carpets. He's a tucker with a hard R. Yeah, he tucks carpets, huh? Imagine if it had been any other fucking cop on duty that day. He would have never learned this. And look! Watch what he does. Look! Look at the fucking rug! Look! It's not even fully there. You never stopped to look. You never stopped to look under the carpet for any reason. Just roll it back. And look at how elaborate the setup under the carpet is. Look. Look. Look how elaborate the fucking setup under the carpet is. Watch. You guys ready for this? Look. You couldn't feel any of that? Look. There's blinking lights under the carpet. There's blinking fucking lights under the carpet, y'all. Blinking lights under the carpet. He literally didn't see the blinking lights under the carpet. Look at this. Look how elaborate this shit is. And that's what gets Gotham blown up. That's what leads to Gotham getting blown half to hell and completely flooded. And this was the movie that people like Beardo, I'm calling him out. Okay? People like fucking Marcus over at oh fuck. Wow, he's got a bigger channel, bigger fucking review channel. Anyways, all of these people try to come at me about this film and say this movie was good. And every time I point this stuff out, everybody's like, I don't remember these sequences, and I don't remember how bad they were. I wish I could remember the name of his channel, because he did like a whole fucking thing about this. I wish I remember his name off the top of my head. Anyways, Officer Martinez, world's greatest detective. Yeah. I don't remember the highway chase scene or this scene. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. I'm going to be honest. Zack Snyder, BVS didn't have this type of storytelling either. At least Matt Reeves tried to give us something to use our brain in a movie as simple as it was. Thing is, Batman vs. Superman is not supposed to be a mystery movie. It's not supposed to be a mystery film. there's a mystery in it, but it's more based around Batman and Batman, like, and Lex Luthor pitting Batman against Superman. I'm not saying it's great, but they're not portraying Batman as the world's greatest detective. This is a grizzled older Batman who actually figures out the crime and figures out what's going on. The third act of Batman vs. Superman is the worst part of the film. What do you think about all the explosions that didn't kill people? It happens a few times. Well, you mean like the one in the room with the where it blows up point blank range in Bruce's face and he's totally fine afterwards? Another good question, yeah. I want you guys to understand, like, it's not, I didn't come to this conclusion about this film. When I watched it the first time, I did love it. But I was like, okay. The second time I watched it, I was like, okay, maybe I missed something. I was like, but I kind of like it less. I've watched this movie 5 times, guys. Okay? I've watched this movie 5 times through. Okay? To catch details, to think maybe I missed something, maybe I was the dumb one that didn't know better. And the more I've watched it, the more I see problems with it. Whereas here's the thing. The stuff with Batman vs. Superman that I don't think works, doesn't work. The stuff I think works about Batman vs. Superman, in my opinion, gets better every time. That sequence with Must Be a Superman and them talking about Superman and him just being a guy trying to do the right thing instead of being some like Jesus figure and stuff is excellent storytelling. Oh yeah, the one with Alfred, yeah, he blows it up. He doesn't have any burns or anything on him. Yes, Adam West is a low-key super genius, and he also has like he always has like good he always has like, yeah, the anti-shark repellent. What is Turd going off about? What is Turd complaining about? All the Batman, which is most likely to use the N-word as a term of endearment? You guys think West? No, he's from an older time. He would have been like, yeah, see, I think Rough Knight's onto it. You're one of those good N-words. That's likely the right one. It's one of the 40s Batman. Oh, yeah, you're one of the good N-words, huh? Or Clooney. Or Clooney. No, not Clooney. Keaton. Okay. It's either Keaton or one of the 40s. One of the 40s, but like in a like derogatory, but like a endearing way, or Clooney, because Clooney would have been like on the street and be like, hey! See, Rough Knight was thinking the same thing I was about George Clooney's Batman, but I actually think it might actually be Keaton's Batman that would do it. Like, he gets out of his Batmobile, and there's like some young, darker-skinned youth playing basketball on the court, and they're like, hey, nice cape! And he's like, thanks, my nigga. And then he like flourishes his cape and then like walks off into the dark. Fruit of the Mystery for 5 says, Meek, if you had full creative control and all the power, what Batman movie would you make? Villain, young Batman, old Batman, etc. I've actually talked about this multiple times on this stream or on this channel. I have an idea for a basic outline for a Batman series. It would be like, it would have to be like Netflix Daredevil or something. It would have to be big. Like, it would have to be like an HBO level series. But I have an idea for a Batman series that you could do that starts with young Batman. You use flashbacks to tell his origin story, but you start with like Batman Year One, and then you go and you plan on 10 seasons of this, and you do Batman Year One to Batman like retiring, and hanging up the cowl, and then leading into Batman Beyond. If I was going to do one single Batman film, if I could only do one, and they're like, hey, we're going to give you the money to do a Batman film off rip, just you, this is your Batman film, I wouldn't adapt a comic because I think that I wouldn't want to bastardize somebody else's work incorrectly. If I was going to do one, I probably would try to tell something more No, nope, I'm not. That's not true. If I was going to adapt one Batman film, it would be Heart of Ice. It would be Heart of Ice. I would do the Batman animated series. I would do a film version of that. Now, not adapted from the not adapted because it wouldn't be the same vibe as the animated series, but that same concept. A Batman, like a modern day Batman, like with gadgets and stuff, and a Mr. Freeze, like an intimidating, big, fucking scary tank Mr. Freeze, and the Heart of Ice storyline where he's going around just like murking folk in the city, and Batman's tracing this guy down, and they get to interact with each other, and he finds out what's going on with Freeze and his wife and everything, dude. Because in my personal opinion, I've talked about this so many fucking times, dude, and I'm okay with I don't care, but the dialogue between Batman and Freeze talking about I'm gonna play this. I know I'm gonna get claimed. I don't fucking care, whatever. This sequence to me is one of the best. First of all, this is the best episode of Batman animated series ever. Heart of Ice is fucking phenomenal television. But this...
Sorry. I'm beyond emotions. They've been frozen dead in me.
Dude, the dialogue between those two is so fucking good.
That suit you wear, a result of the coolant?
Very good. A detective to the last.
The other thing about this is the interaction. There is so much happening just in... That's 15 seconds of dialogue. And so much just happened. Him showing that he knows more about Freeze than Freeze realized. Freeze giving him props for understanding things. A detective to the... You know? Like, there's respect between these two. They're not trying to one-up each other. There's just respect between the two of them.
I can no longer survive out of a sub-zero environment. Tonight I mean to pay back the man who ruined my life.
And even that fucking voice, dude, the like fucking robotic nature of it and stuff. Oh my gosh.
Our lives.
Even if you have to kill everyone in the building to do it.
It's so fucking good, dude. And this line right here, this is why I would adapt this film, because I'd have to recreate this moment. I would have to recreate this exact... You have to do this exact line.
Think of it, Batman. To never again walk on a summer's day with a hot wind in your face and a warm hand to hold. Oh, yes. I'd kill for that.
That's why when people try to tell me that I'm not a Batman fan, I'm critical of Batman because I'm a Batman fan. Kelsey Grammer's Clayface, that could be a good one. I'm critical of Batman because I love this character so much. Spider-Man is my top guy, but I love Batman. I really do. And I got to witness something incredible be done with that character in this series. And so I'm critical of stuff because I love this character so much. And I would love to see him done correctly. And I feel like he doesn't get the due that he's deserved. And I know a lot of people may disagree with Christopher Nolan's take on Batman, but I think Christopher Nolan honored the source material with his take, at least in Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. The themes of those characters are present in a world that Christopher Nolan had at least a vision for. I don't feel like Matt Reeves had a vision for the character. I think he had a vision. I think he had a... Zack Snyder did the same thing. Zack Snyder is a moments guy. I once heard somebody break this down this way, and it's a really good way to characterize the way he does movies. Zack Snyder is really good at creating moments. He's really good at moment development. There are moments throughout Batman versus Superman or Justice League that are phenomenal moments, and the cohesive nature of the story between is where he's the weakest. He's not good at cohesion. Now, if he has good source material like Watchmen or Guardians of Ga'Hoole, or 300, he can put those things together really well, and those moments are the payoff of the string in between. When he doesn't have that string, it's not as good. He's not as good. He's not as good of a storyteller. He's not good at stringing those moments together. And so he has an eye for cinema if he can create those moments. Matt Reeves has an eye for cinema. Matt Reeves is also good at dialogue. He's very good at moments between characters and character work, character moments. Those are great, and he's awesome at those. But the problem he has is that he's adapting a character that also requires you to requires him to exist in a world that's bigger than just two people talking in a room. And he's not good at that. The moments with Pattinson's Batman that are Batman moments feel like hand-waved moments that are just fan service over an actual part of the vision of that character and who that character is and what he's supposed to be. Here's the thing. We see the setup of Batman learning how to engage multiple opponents. We learn about his theatricality and the deception and the ninja training that he gets and why he adapts that and brings that into everything he does. And we see it play off in The Dark Knight as well. We see it play off a little bit less in The Dark Knight Rises, which is why it's the weakest of the three films. But those moments are earned because they're payoffs to what has been set up as Batman as a character. Joker being a dark mirror of who Batman is because he's using theatricality and deception as well, just on the opposite end because he doesn't have any moral restraint like Batman does. Like, those are moments that are setups and payoffs. I don't know what Riddler is supposed to be a mirror of to Batman other than a mirror of his privilege. And that is not enough to sell a Batman movie on. Shaming Bruce Wayne for being wealthy because his parents were wealthy is not enough to sell a Batman film. I think Steve Buscemi could do a good Mr. Freeze. He could do a good one. Sam Rockwell could pull off Clayface as well. Yep. Bryan Cranston could do it. Ed Harris could do it. So I love these characters. I don't want you guys to misconstrue things. Like, I don't want you to misunderstand or think I'm trying to talk shit about Batman because I'm critical of that film because I think it could have been something really special and it felt like a hand wave fan service because he wanted to tell another kind of story, and that bothered me. I thought it was kind of offensive. I think he should have done a better job. But either way, if I was going to adapt something, I would probably do something like that with Mr. Freeze. That would probably be what I went. But guys, this has been an awesome stream. I have absolutely loved talking with you guys. I love doing these AfroCasts. 4-hour AfroCasts are my jam. I fucking love when we talk about stuff like this long. Because I didn't feel like 4 hours. I thought I was going to check. I was thinking maybe we were going to be at like 3 or 2 hours, maybe 3, but not this good. Also, I missed a couple super chats. So let me go back through and make sure I get these. Wyman Sasquatch for 2 says, Meek, have you read the 1994 comic Batman versus Punisher? I have not. I've heard it's good, but I've never read it. Let me make sure I got everything. I think I got everybody else. Okay, I think we're good now. All right, guys, we're going to call it here. You guys have been awesome. I just got your super Wyoming Sasquatch. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. If I ever miss your super in chat, by the way, you let me know, and I'll go back and I'll always make sure I get your supers. You guys are awesome. I fucking love talking with you guys about this stuff. If you haven't already, I uploaded a Mass Effect video. It's doing okay. I'm just uploading videos. I'm trying to stay consistent. I'll be doing more videos in the future as well, talking about different things. I am really, really strongly considering just uploading a video about why I don't like the Batman. I've thought about it many times before, and I'm kind of thinking I may just do it just so that I have it on record as to why I don't like it. But yeah, that's part of it too. But guys, you are awesome. I think I have Chrissy set to be rated because I think she's live right now, so go show her love. You guys have a great rest of your day. Tomorrow, Resident Evil Requiem, we're going to keep playing that. I don't think we'll beat it tomorrow, but we're going to play a bunch more of it tomorrow. You guys are amazing. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. I will talk to you all tomorrow, and I will try to get on this P.O. box as soon as possible. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your night.